How are you doing, brother?
Okay, I guess. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for asking.
I go for some tests on Wednesday. That's about all I know for now.
Okay, was gonna ask you how you're doing on that.
But when I find out, I'll let you know what when they're going to do the surgery. I heard
Okay.
it was going to be awful painful.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, so I'll be laid up for a while.
Okay. Well, that photo's a little low, isn't it? Man, I wish that was a little higher.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, it could be a little higher.
I don't know if. Let's see.
Now it's too big.
Yeah, that one's too big. Let me see if I can change the.
Can't see all the writing on it.
Let's see if I can change the prompt here. Nah, still the same.
How's the vacation?
It was good. It's good. Spent some time with the fam and
That's
got
always
recharged,
good.
if you will. So it was good. I was glad to spend some time with the family and kind of recharge the batteries. So hopefully now I can be a little nicer to the atheists and hopefully spread some good news.
Oh yes, I know what you mean. I mean, it's hard sometimes to, I mean, to listen to someone, deny God when, you know, in Christ, as much as I love God and Christ, I mean, it just
Yeah.
seems unreasonable not to.
Well, out of all of the conversations that I've had, I would say that most of the people I would say I really don't believe they're atheists because it sounds to me more like they hate God. And, like I've said before, I don't get mad at stuff I don't believe in because I don't believe in it. So why would I get mad? Like you believing in evolution, I think if somebody believes in evolution as far as macroevolution, I think it's silly, but I'm not going to get mad at them for it.
Oh
And
yeah,
if they vehemently believe in it, I mean, I think I may think that it's weird or silly or whatever, but I'm like, I'm not going to lose my cool or call you names just because you believe in it. But
yeah,
atheists, man, if you oppose evolution, dude, it's like they get mad.
yeah, they do. And, I mean, like I said, we need to pray for them as much as we do
Agreed.
anyone else.
Agreed. Do me a favor, guys. Hit that heart and share, and let's try to get me pushed out in the algorithm, and hopefully we can have some good conversations today. So, let's see.
You got any certain thing on your mind today?
Nah, not
Hi.
yet.
How are you doing?
Doing good, Gil. How are you, brother?
Doing all right. Um, I want to ask you what your thoughts is about the third part of the prompt there, where you said pre-trib isn't biblical. Now, mind you, I haven't yet said what I believe in. I got some very different ideas about what's going to happen when the tribulation starts. But what is your idea? Why you say that the pre-trib? You talking about the rapture, right? Pre-trib rapture is
Yeah,
not biblical. Yeah.
right. Yeah,
Um,
good questions. So I would go to Second Thessalonians chapter 2. The couple of things that you have to know ahead of time is obviously, I'm just imagine that you're a little versed in the rapture. So we know that the 70th week of Daniel, we still have 1 week that is future that hasn't happened yet. And the Bible says in the midst of that week, the Antichrist will make a treaty with many for 1 week. And in the midst of the week, he does the abomination of desolation. So that's the prophecy in Daniel. So if you go to Second Thessalonians chapter 2, it appears that someone had wrote the church, because in First Thessalonians, Paul writes the church and he tells them about the rapture. He says, the unalived in Christ rise first, and then we which are alive and remain, we get caught up. He comes back in the clouds at the sound of an archangel and the blowing of a trumpet. So that's the rapture. Well, it
but that's the
appears
end.
that some...
But isn't that
Go ahead.
that all happens at the end of the tribulation when he returns, right?
Well, no, this is well. Let me show you. So it's talking about the rapture right there. Where you think you know where it's at yet or not, we understand First Thessalonians chapter 4. That's talking about the rapture. Unalived in Christ rise first. He comes back in the clouds, the blowing of a trumpet, the sound of an archangel. Well, somebody had wrote the church and apparently had played a trick on the church and made them think that they had missed the rapture, because Paul has to write them a second letter and telling the church that it hasn't happened yet. And this is 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. It says, "Now I beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our gathering together unto him." He says, I'm begging you guys, this is what we're talking about, our gathering together unto Jesus Christ and his return. That's clearly the rapture. It says that you not be soon shaken in mind or troubled by spirit, even if you receive a letter as from us, that the day of Christ is at hand. For that day cannot happen until two things happen: a falling away from, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. And then it goes on to talk about the Antichrist, and clearly the man of sin and the son of perdition is the Antichrist. So right here we have an unequivocal verse that clearly states in simple language that the rapture cannot happen until after the man of sin is revealed. And we know that he is revealed during the abomination of desolation. So that's 3.5 years. So the rapture is in the middle part. It's 3.5 years of tribulation, and then it's going to be 3.5 years of wrath. We are not going to be here for God's wrath, but we will be here for tribulation. So to answer your question directly, yes, it is at the end of the tribulation, but it's before the wrath. So the 3.5 year mark.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. So you're like sort of like this would be considered the mid-tribulation doctrine.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't like
3.5 years,
giving
yeah.
I don't like giving definitions away, because mid-trib implies that it's in the middle of the tribulation, but it's not. It's
Right.
at the end of the tribulation. It's before the wrath, though. If I say mid-trib, then that
End of the
implies that the whole
tribulation.
7 years. Yeah. The whole 7 years is not tribulation time. There's only 3.5 years of tribulation. That's why we got to make sure that we get our definitions
Why
right,
are we
because
why are we calling the first half of that? I know it says when you hear peace and safety, know that destruction is near.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we calling that? Why are we even calling that tribulation? 7 year tribulation. The Great Tribulation
Well,
is
that's-
only 3.5 years long.
there you go. It's only 3.5 years.
Right. The Great Tribulation, the wrath of God, when He's going to give this world
Well,
a big
not
spanking.
the wrath of God is not the same as tribulation, though. That's what we got to make sure that we're getting our definitions correct. So the Christians will say we're not going to be here because it says we're not going to be here for tribulation because God says we're not appointed unto wrath. You just said two different words. You didn't realize it. Tribulation is what the world does to the Christians. You will have tribulation. Jesus says you'll face tribulation. Wrath is what God does to the world. We're not going to be here for that. So we will be here for tribulation. We will not be here for wrath.
Well, I got a question for you then. Okay. So it says
Okay.
in Revelation. So the abomination of desolation, Revelations 13. Okay.
Okay?
So it says that the beast, he takes over power over every tribe, nation, and tongue. He does this for 42 months, speaks blasphemous things, sets himself up in the temple. That's also in Thessalonians too, right?
Yep.
And he declares himself to be God, right? Look, the Jews are they're waiting for the Messiah, right?
Yep.
They don't believe that it's Jesus.
Right.
So when he comes along and he says, "Here I am," they're going to say, "Oh, we've been waiting for you," but it's not Jesus, right?
Right.
So all right. So we agree on that part, and then it says that he makes war with the saints and overcomes them, and whoever goes into captivity goes. Whoever picks up the sword shall be unalive by the sword, and this is the faith and perseverance of the saints. So if we are all raptured out here, and I've been saying, look, we're not all going to get raptured out here. Half the Christians are going to get left behind. So they're saying that we're all going to get raptured out of here. If we're all raptured out of here when the tribulation is starting, how in the world does the Antichrist have anybody to make war with? We'd all be gone.
Yeah, your definitions are, again, you got to make sure that your definition is correct. So if you're a Christian,
I
you
know
will
this
be
stuff better than you can
you will be
imagine.
raptured out.
Huh?
Yeah. If you're a Christian, you will be raptured out. because you're not going to face God's wrath. So again, don't confuse tribulation with wrath. We will be here for tribulation. We will not be here for God's wrath. So we got to make sure that we nail
How
that
does
point
the
home
Antichrist
so people
make-
don't get confused.
Whoa.
That's the tribulation. Antichrist
Well, when
makes
Je-
war
okay,
with the
but Jesus
saints for the
said-
tribulation.
Jesus said, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, right? That's the same thing, right? We've been talking about, right?
Yep, that's going to be
That's the
that's going to
Antichrist
be
setting
the
himself up, right?
yep.
Okay, so he said, when you see the abomination of desolation standing in the holy place, he says, then there's going to be a great tribulation come on the earth.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that
And he
that's
has to shorten
that's
those
the kickoff.
days.
That's the kickoff of the great wrath tribulation. Not
No,
just,
no, that's not-
just
Hold
persecution
on.
tribulation. The wrath of
it's
God,
not.
okay.
No,
The
it's
great
no, it's not.
tribulation. Yeah,
No, it's
yeah,
not.
it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to
He
show
says,
you.
then there's going to be a great tribulation
I can
come
show
on the
you.
earth, such as never happened before.
I know, but see that
No, you're
there's
teaching.
so
You're like, you're doing what everybody else is doing. You're mixing up a bunch of scriptures and not understanding what you're talking about.
I can show you
got
instead of
something
just
wrong.
making
No, you can't show me
platitudes.
No, you
Okay,
can't show
well,
me anything. You already have
okay,
it
I
wrong.
can't show you nothing. Go, yeah, I got it wrong. Go enjoy yourself in the comments. Thought we were having a great conversation, but the moment I want to start pulling up scripture, you just want to start freaking out. This is how, you know what? Satan does that. Satan gets upset when you bring up scripture. So I don't get upset when you bring up scripture. Even if I think you're misquoting it, I don't get upset because scripture is scripture. That's Satan within you that's getting upset because I'm bringing up scripture. You may not like to hear that, brother, but in Christian love, I think you need to hear that. You're getting upset because I'm telling you, I can take you to the scripture and show you. I can show you that everything before the sixth seal is described as tribulation, not wrath. Everything after that is described as wrath. So when it says there'll be great tribulation and those days have to be shortened, Jesus literally says that those days have to be shortened or no flesh would survive. There wouldn't be anybody to rapture if he didn't shorten those days. But for the elect's sakes, those days will be shortened. Okay? But I can't take you to the scripture because you instantly start spazzing out for some reason. So, Flex, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, brother. Hope you are.
I'm doing great. Let me ask you a quick question
Nobody, no Hebrew
for
will be
understanding here.
Okay? Ask me a question.
Okay. So the story, if you could help me understand, the rapture comes before the wrath, right?
Yep.
So the rapture is God taking all the people who say that they believe in Him. He's going to bring them up to heaven first, correct?
Simplified, but yes.
Okay. So everybody else that's left down here are the non-believers and people who don't want to believe, right?
Right. Yes.
So is God going to come down here and beat these people up, or is people going to beat each other up?
Well, if you look at the trumpets and the bowls and things like that, it's angels pouring out wrath. But obviously, he does it through like natural causes. Like one of them is the wormwood, and it says that this is like an asteroid that comes in, and evidently the asteroid strikes the planet, and it causes the water to become as bitter like wormwood. So, I mean, clearly that's God caused it, but it's not him. Like it's not him, quote unquote, doing it. Like him putting his fist in the ground, but it's him causing the asteroid to hit the planet. If that makes sense.
Because people didn't believe.
Yep.
So you're going to have so just for me to understand in the simplest forms, God at some point in time is going to rapture up all the people who believed in Him, and everybody else that's left down here are the non-believers, and He's going to send a asteroid or a comet or something to hit the planet so that everybody can suffer for not believing.
Yeah.
And then what happens after that?
Then after that, you're going to have the Jesus is going to come back, reign on the planet for 1,000 years. It's called the millennial reign.
Oh, okay.
Then after that, you're going to have a new heaven and a new earth.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just curious. I mean,
Yeah, man.
all right.
Yeah, brother. Well,
thanks.
if you got any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that was all. I mean, I don't believe the story. I think it's a story like any other story, but I just wanted to get an understanding of the story. But okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, man. Appreciate you. Bev, what's up? I'm going to drop you down, Flex, make some room, but you're free to come back up if you have additional questions.
Sure.
Bev, what's up? Bev, you're paused. I can't hear you when you're teacupping. It means you're off the app, so I can't hear you. I don't know how to say. Is it just Giuseppe?
Yep.
What's up, brother? You doing all right?
Yes, I'm alright. You believe evolution is false.
I believe in microevolution. I think that's testable and observable, but any of the other evolutions outside of micro is clearly not.
So since you didn't went to school and you believe in all this like nonsense BS,
Since I didn't go to school, what makes you think I didn't go to school?
the fact that you don't believe that like evolution is
All
real.
right, come on, Giuseppe. We can have a conversation, man. You don't gotta throw insults at me. Just because I believe different than you doesn't mean I didn't go to school.
I mean, hot just me saying you didn't went to school is an insult.
But I did go to school, so just because I don't believe in I require proof to believe in something, right? Or at least evidence. Maybe not
Okay,
necessarily proof, but I require evidence.
You want me to prove you that God is not real?
Sure.
Okay. I beg him to come down from heaven, knock on my door. He has 10 seconds.
So if I didn't do that, would that prove that I'm not real because I said no? If you said, prove to me that you're real and not like right now, I could be AI, right? I could not be a real person. So if you said to me, hey, creation, hold up 3 fingers right now so that I know that you're real. If I refuse to do that, would that mean that I'm not real anymore?
No,
Or would it just
It
mean
will-
I'm not
it will
gonna
mean
I'm not
you-
your puppy?
it won't mean you're in real. It just means that you don't want to do it.
Okay,
I mean,
that's great.
So far,
that's
you
not a
can see
realistic.
me because my camera is not on. If you want to turn on my camera, you will see my face.
That doesn't make
So
you
far,
real
I'm
though.
proving you
Just
that
because I can
exist
see
because
it,
you're hearing my voice.
that doesn't make it
Stop
real
fucking
either.
playing
I could.
stupid and believing all
I
this
could-
nonsense.
All right, Giuseppe. Have a good day, man. I don't know. See, you're getting mad just because I disagree with what you believe in. So now you're furious at me because I don't believe what you believe. Oh, very, very weird, man. I don't believe what you believe, so let me get mad and cuss you out.
It's amazing to me how they don't believe that God made everything, but they believe that nothing made everything, and they came from a rock.
Absolutely. Oh,
It's crazy.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pushback Ministries, you were up here next.
Pardon me.
I was going to Pushback. He was up here next, so I wanted to see if he wanted to add
Oh,
anything.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine.
That's all I wanted to
just
say.
hanging,
I'll drop
bro.
down.
I got nothing to add. God bless y'all.
Yeah, man. God bless. All right, guys. I'm gonna make some room because I'm looking for some ops. Okay. So no, no disrespect and all like that, but
I'll jump down.
I got you. Yeah, man. Appreciate you. Just looking for some opposition, and I try to control the live a little bit better like this. So, Piano Man, what's up, bro?
How you do?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah. Complain.
What you got?
Well, I
Got
just
something?
I just gotta let you know I'm a hardcore Christian. I was raised up in the South, and I was never really forced into a church, but God banged on my heart, and I believe him. I do, and all my family believes him. Everybody, so. Yeah, and I
Okay, yeah,
get
man.
up, I read the Bible every day, so.
Okay, well, good deal. Do you have any questions on the prompt or anything?
Let's see. Evolution is false. The flood was real. No. I mean, it's all true. It's all true. Evolution is false. Adam and Eve made us. The flood was real, yes. The trib isn't
Amen.
biblical. Yep. I agree with all that. Absolutely.
All right, brother. Well, listen, I appreciate you coming. Okay, I'm gonna move to the next guest. All right.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, of course. God bless you.
God bless you. All right, so I just accepted someone else, but then as soon as I accepted them, they dropped out. But that was a prime example, guys. The other individual that got mad and started cussing me out. If y'all remember, if y'all were in here when I first started, me and Mr. Allen up there were talking about this very same thing. I was like, man, these evolutionists, they just get mad at you. You don't believe like they believe, so then they get physically upset with you. Like, I don't know why you get, like, you can't hear an opposing viewpoint without losing your mind and having to cuss people out because they don't believe like you believe. It's just really, it's really strange to me. I'm sure that, you know, there are probably some Christians out there that might do the same thing, but it's anecdotal. It's what I've noticed, but wow. I don't believe like you do, so you get really mad at me. Yeah, Pop, that's I'm reading your comment. It says believers in evolution said that it took forever and then all of a sudden it speeds up. I would say 99% of the evolutionists that I talk to on here absolutely believe in the X-Men type evolution. They believe that evolution is time-based, meaning that every couple of million years it leaps forward and, you know, has these great leaps forward. Naturally, they don't say it like that out loud, but when you walk through it, they 100% think that it's time-based instead of generational-based, because when I bring up bacteria, they can have multiple generations in a single day. They go with evolutionary being time-based. And obviously, I understand that time is a factor, but it's clearly not time-based. And I really do think that a lot of them watch X-Men, and at the very first movie from X-Men, that's exactly what, you know, how they claimed all these individuals got these superpowers was because that every couple of million years, evolution takes a giant leap forward and speeds up really quickly. And that's, I get a lot of that. Bear fan, what's up, man?
Yeah, so I'm just tuning in. Evolution is false. The flood was real. And I'm just trying to read the banner.
Yeah, it says pre-trib isn't biblical.
What's pre-trib?
Pre-tribulation rapture. It's talking about like when the church is going to be raptured.
Oh boy, that's like several different discussions in one for sure. Let's see. So it doesn't say the Bible isn't real. It just says that pre-trib isn't. The flood
Yeah, it's not
was
biblical.
real. The flood was
Yep.
real. Yeah, okay, that's I'm good with that. Flood could have been real. There's evidence of that. Definitely, definitely evidence of that. Evolution is false. No, evolution is true. That's
Well, I don't have enough room to put everything up there. So when I say evolution is false, I'm talking about everything outside of microevolution. I believe in microevolution. I think that's testable and observable. But clearly everything outside of that is not testable and observable, and it's all inferred.
no. Hold on. You say clearly everything else isn't testable and observable. Well, of course it's not. We're talking about millions and millions of years of evolution. We're not talking about days.
Y'all see what I'm talking about? I just mentioned the X-Men thing. So evolution is not time-based, brother. It's generational-based. So we can see if you could have a mutation and pass that on to your children, if you could have a child every single day, then I think you and I would agree that evolution would speed up, obviously, because you could have a generation in a single day.
How old are you?
I'm 42.
42. Okay. So in your lifetime, you can look at the average height of a male and a female, and it has increased in your lifetime. The average height of a male and a female. That's evolution. That's evolution.
I done conceded that I believe in microevolution,
That's not
brother.
saying that's not saying we're going to get tails or horns. But
I
that's
know
evolution.
that's
Like,
called that's micro.
literally.
I believe that, brother. I've already
Well, I don't
conceded that. I
understand.
believe in
Well,
micro.
so I don't understand. Like within your lifetime, you're 42 years old. You can see that. So how can you
Yeah,
not believe that in 100,000 years, the evolution was more significant than that?
because
Like
that's
we
not
have left like less hair on our bodies, or our muscles develop differently.
brother. That's not that's a trait that already existed though. So again, I'll say it again and I'll say it again. I believe in microevolution. That's testable and observable. Losing hair or getting more hair or getting taller or shorter is a micro trait. That's a trait that already exists, and you're either encouraging or discouraging the trait that already exists. There's
So
no
give me
new
a
information in that.
So micro. What's the opposite of micro then? What are you saying that's the opposite of
Macro,
micro? Macro.
micro,
Okay.
macro, and
So
micro. Yep.
so why? Okay. So give me. So why do we have birds that have the same skeletal structures as dinosaurs
Well, they
that
don't
didn't
have the
fly?
same cell. They have skeletal structures, but not the same.
Oh yeah, pretty much similar. We can tell that birds evolved from dinosaurs.
Well, no, we can't. There
Similar
is
in what sense?
similarities. I would grant you similarities, but having two legs that you walk
Changed
on
over
is not.
time.
That doesn't
Changed over
mean.
time.
Okay, brother. Do you have an example of macroevolution that's testable and observable that's not inferred? Because what you just did is you used comparative analysis and you said, look at these two things. They look similar, so therefore they came from one another. That's comparative analysis. That's not proof of evolution.
What do you, okay, so let me back up a little bit. Currently, I'm an electronics technician and a technician. I was a reactor operator on a nuclear submarine. I managed a convenience store. So, like, my background has got a little bit of science in it, a little bit of math and stuff like that. And what do you do?
That doesn't matter.
It sure does. I want to know what you do.
Well, I'm
What is
not.
your
I don't put what I do on here, brother. So that's why I say it doesn't matter. That's an argument.
no. Because I want to qualify this because I'm
I
not
don't care.
speaking. I'm not
I
speaking
don't
as a
care.
mic.
That's
I'm
an
not
argument
speaking.
from majority or an
I'm not
authority. I don't
speaking
care.
as. I'm not
I
speaking.
need you to,
Why are you
no,
cutting me
I
off?
need you
Why are you
to,
cutting me
oh,
off?
because I don't care about that. That's a logical fallacy. Contend with the argument, okay? Contend with the argument. Don't worry about my application. Don't worry about what I do. Don't worry about my education. Contend with the argument, okay?
Argument. Yes, yes. Bearfan, can I ask
No,
you one
I'm not
question?
speaking. I'm not speaking as a microbiologist. Neither are you.
I
So
don't.
don't tell me, or a
All right. Have a
geologist,
good day,
or
brother.
geography.
Yep. Have a good day. I'm asking you very politely. I don't put on what I do on here. One, I'm not scared of it. I'm not this great scientist college degree, but I don't put my job on here, excuse me, because atheists hate my guts. They've already tried to get my channel taken down several times, and last thing I need is them harassing my place of business. So I just don't tell people what I do on here. I'm not ashamed of it. A couple people know. I'm not running from it, but I don't care. That's a logical fallacy. So please go to the argument and not my education or what I do for a living. It has nothing to do with the topic.
Yes, true. I
At
agree.
the end of the
Can I ask
day,
one
this
question?
is your room, so yeah,
Can I
All
ask
right.
one
respectfully.
question?
Well, it's not just because it's my room. It's literally because it's a logical fallacy. But yes, you can ask me a question. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask. I wanted to establish, when I look at a chimpanzee in the local zoo, that being my first cousin, I've come to the conclusion that maybe, just maybe, the common ancestor of the chimpanzee and myself is Ardipithecus. And if that
So
is,
how are you
if
coming to
that,
that conclusion? Comparative analysis?
yeah, so if that is the conclusion, my conclusive summary, then I
All right.
want to know from the atheist, who is the common ancestor or what is the common ancestor of Ardipithecus? Because
Hold on. Let me.
it leads me to believe it may well be a four-legged, pawed, like dog thing creature.
Let me
Could it
show
not?
you. Let me show you what comparative
So,
analysis does. Okay.
yeah,
So
I'm
here's a
just saying,
spoon, right? So I'm going to use comparative analysis, just like evolutionists do. Just like you did talk about this ape is my ancestor. I'm going to use the same comparative analysis that you did. So this spoon, I was actually in my yard and I was digging down through layers, and I found this spoon at a very low level layer, right? So I was in the side of a hole, and then so I didn't dig down per se. I dug side because it was like a cliff, right? So I started with the lowest layer and I found this spoon. So I said, whoa, this spoon must be clearly millions of years old, right? Because it's in the lowest level. And then next, in the higher level, I found this. Now you can clearly start to see that the spoon, it's clearly the same, right? They have the same, down here, this is the same creature, if you will. But the spoon started to get ridges. So clearly I start to see that this spoon is evolving, right? And then the next layer, I found this. Now, the ridges are more pronounced, and this is a salad fork, but yet you can see they're still identically the same animal, if you will, but these ridges right here clearly showed that they evolved. And then at the very top layer, you know, right where I get ready to mow my grass, I found this. And I can see now it's added an extra prong over here, and this is a regular fork, salad fork, and a spork, and a spoon. And this is clear evolution, right? Just because I've used the same comparative analysis that you used with monkeys and apes and all of these things, here's my comparative analysis. Does this prove evolution?
No.
Thank you. So we shouldn't use,
It's all the same.
yeah, we shouldn't use comparative analysis.
Yeah,
There's been several
all you've
billion
done there, I agree with you. All you've done there is basically just talk about microevolution. The same body
Well, that would
with
be
different heads.
that would be macro, brother, because we went from a spoon to a fork. A fork can't hold liquid like a spoon. That would clearly be macro. That's it's a different type of animal right there.
Right, so I agree with you. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, evolutionists, if they can tell me who the common ancestor of Ardipithecus is, it will be a four-legged creature, which eventually then started to have two legs and, you know, then became humans and chimpanzees.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to do that without your comparative analysis. So just because things have similar structures, that's the whole reason I went through that, was kind of silly, but just to show you how silly comparative analysis is. You're literally just comparing these things and saying because they look similar, one had to come from the other. And that was an oversimplification of me showing you in a very silly way that that's what you're doing with these bones. You're using a comparative analysis and you're saying that these things, so clearly the fork did not evolve from the spoon. They were clearly designed by people for different purposes.
Yes.
Right? They didn't evolve from each other. So that's my point.
A broader view, yeah.
Yeah, so there is no macro evolution in any sense of the word in terms of the real evolution. I mean, speciation is not evolution anyway. Something speciating into something else is not evolution. It's just, neither is adaptation. That is not evolution.
Agreed.
Any biologist will confirm that. You know, so I think evolution is just like, it's not observable in any way, shape, or form, because you cannot be there for hundreds of thousands of millions of years to observe it anyway. I mean, they can come out with silly examples, of today where the claim it can be done over weeks or months. It's simply not evolution. It's not a science, and this is the deception.
Yeah. Well, yeah, brother, I appreciate you coming up, but I'm really just looking for more ops than I am. I mean, I'm glad you agree with me, man. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm just looking for people that disagree with me. Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Thank you. Nathan, what's up, brother?
Oh man, I was gonna try to do an ops, but I just feel like you're on this. I was gonna say like you're using like you might as well use computers and say, look, evolution, but technically that would be evolution, right? Definition, like it evolved, it changed, right? But it would be with the mind that did it, right? So I like it.
Yeah.
I'll get you on that pre-trib one day, man. I'll come back one day.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Yep. God bless.
All right. God bless, man. James, what's up, man? Oh, and he left. All right. I appreciate the individuals that do agree with me, but I'm looking for some opposition. And someone said the spoons aren't alive, and that's the reason why the comparative analysis doesn't. If you can't get the analogy or the simple thing that I showed you, man, I can't help you. Yeah, even if the spoons were alive, it still wouldn't prove. We understand that it was designed, it wasn't made. So comparative analysis doesn't prove common ancestor. It proves common designer. If you can't see that through the analogy that I did, then can enjoy evolution, because your thought process is a little off. Not trying to be insultive, but I think that was a pretty easy way to show comparative analysis, and you still took it wrong. It would prove relatedness. Well, that relatedness is what is a human definition. So, if you say that monkeys have arms and we have arms, so therefore we are related in that sense, I would say I would agree with that, because we both have arms. That doesn't prove universal common ancestor. It proves common designer. It means that God designed monkeys with arms and he designed humans with arms. Designed. I can't talk today. So that still doesn't prove common ancestor. It also proves common designer. So just putting them in a classification like Carius Linnaeus did doesn't prove evolution. Again, I think you should understand that through the comparative analysis. Funny little picture I did with the sporks and the spoons, but if you can't get it, I understand. It just is what it is. I try to make things simple so people can understand them. Thought that was actually a pretty good way to do it. All right, guys, hit the heart and the share if you don't mind. Looking for some good conversations. Yep, looking for some good conversations today. Hopefully we'll be able to get some. 8 different blood types in the human race, absolutely. Why did God give spiders 8 legs? That's a God question, man. There's no way I could answer that. The question is intended for God to answer, and clearly I couldn't answer why he gave them 8 legs instead of 7 or 5. That's a God question. Use Nathan says use Apple products. These younger generations don't know what a fork is. Agreed. Gabriel, what's up, man?
What's up, brother? I had a bit of a question in microevolution, and it's biologically related, and I was just wondering if maybe you could expand on it if you know anything about it. I was kind of looking at how our DNA molecule is capped, so to speak. It's the telomeres, telomeres, and it's something like how the end of a shoelace has a sort of a cap to it, in a sense. The further in age we become, the shorter the telomere becomes as well. And so it acts like a sort of a biological clock. And I don't know, that ever since I just dipped into that, I was like, well, that really strongly points to some sort of intelligent design, human engineering. A man's years shall not exceed 120, sort of a thing. Do you have any knowledge of that aspect?
I know enough to hear your conversation on it, but I wouldn't know enough to speak very intelligent about it. I know that that the end caps do get smaller over time, and that is the reason why. That's degradation, right? So it's quote unquote devolving, if you will.
Yeah, but I just found that really interesting. If evolution was a thing and it became more complex, why is it that even within our own biology that there seems to be a restriction? You know what I mean? That seems counterintuitive to macro evolution.
Yeah, and everything within the genetic code has a limits to it. Like, for example, the young man that brought up people are getting taller or whatever he mentioned earlier. Okay, people may be getting taller, but there is a cap to that. You're never going to get a person that's 200 foot tall, right? Because there's limits within the code.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so I
agree
don't know
with
what
that.
those limits are going to be, or if even if we've met them. But people have been breeding horses to get faster horses, and in the last 100 years, they've probably got horses to get really really fast. But you're never going to get a horse to be able to run the speed of light, obviously, because there's limits within the genetic code.
Yeah, and of course that's selectively breeding, and I don't think that we're being as selective as breeders are, as humans. But there's something else at the tip of my tongue, and I might just let you jump to the next op here. I didn't want to take up too much time. Yeah, it's slipping me at the moment, but I'll come back with something else. But I just tripped over that recently, and I'm like, well, it's pretty interesting. So I might dive into that a little bit and circle back sometime.
Yeah, man, sure. If you figure out more on it, I'd love to hear about it.
All right, brother. God bless.
All right, man. Have a
and,
good one. Yeah, God bless.
Have a good day.
You too, brother. All right. User, what's up, brother?
They just broke the record for the mile, 3:42.
Sweet.
Is that selective breeding?
Who broke it? You talking about the human mile?
Human mile, 3:42.
I don't think that's selective breeding. I think that would be a little bit racist to selectively breed people. I mean, clearly they did that when in the slaves and with Hitler and all the other things, selectively bred. But could you, if you selectively bred humans, could you get that time down a little bit smaller? Yeah, I would imagine. But I don't think you're ever going to get it to like 2 seconds.
Well, he broke it by a second, which is that's a big jump.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I would agree.
3. Yeah. So if you got two parents that you knew were outstanding athletes, muscle mass, cardiovascular, stroke volume, all of that, and you mated them, got them to, mate, you could get an outstanding miler.
Yeah, you could definitely take that trait of being able to run fast, and you can encourage that. But again, like I said, there's limits to that. You might be able to beat within 10 generations, you might be able to knock even 2 or 3 seconds off of that, but you're never going to be able to knock, 2.5 minutes off of it.
No. So, but what would be the limit? How far down could you
I don't
go?
know. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think we could ever have the.
50 years ago, nobody was going to be able to break the 4-minute mile.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what the limit is, but I mean, I can clearly deduce that there would be limits. People have been breeding pigs to get larger all the time because they want, a bigger meat yield means they get to sell the pig for a higher price. So you want the pig to get as big as it possibly can. So they've got bigger and bigger pigs, but you're never going to get a pig the size of Texas.
That's true.
Yeah, because there's limits within the genetic code.
What would determine the limits?
The genetics. And then you might have, obviously outside factors, which would play a factor on the genetics. Like, for example, a pig the size of Texas clearly probably couldn't get enough oxygen in when it breathed to get enough oxygen to oxygenate its blood, obviously. This is, like, take, for example, the Brachiosaurus, right? The Brachiosaurus had nostrils the same size of a modern-day horse. So, but look how much larger, clearly, that dinosaur is compared to a horse. So, the Brachiosaurus, the reason why it got as big as it did in the pre-flood world was because the conditions were different. Whether you're an evolutionist or creationist, you still understand that the pre-flood world, if you will, or the prehistory world, if you're an evolutionist, had hyperbaric-like conditions. You had a higher oxygen content, and you had a thicker barometric pressure, if you will. So when you breathed in a lot more oxygen than we do today. So the
Correct.
Brachiosaurus, if you brought it back like Jurassic Park, if you brought it back today, they would not get as big as they once did unless you grew them in a hyperbaric chamber, because the oxygen content today just would not allow them to get that big.
True. But they were the result of mutation. And it's not survival of the fittest, it's survival of the ones that can adapt.
Well, they wasn't through mutation. They was designed. God literally says, "Behold now Behemoth, which I made with thee." So the sauropod dinosaur, like the Brachiosaurus, was designed by God. It wasn't evolved.
Why would you design something that big?
I guess it's just God wanting to show off. It says that, he made the stars so that when people looked at the stars, they would sing his glory. So God is showing you how amazing he is by just making the stars. I mean, he made stars that we haven't even seen yet.
Well, the light hasn't gotten to us yet, right?
Well, that depends on how you look at it, because God said he stretched out the stars. So it depends if you want to believe that the light takes that long to travel here, or if you believe that they started here and then God stretched them out. So
How
it's called
fast
the
does light
Doppler
travel?
effect. Extremely fast, but if it started here and the stars started closer to us and then got pulled away, then the light would be stretched. And it says in the Bible, if I'm not mistaken, like 7 times God stretched out the stars. It even says he stretched out the stars like he would a cloth over a table. That's how he describes it in one place, if I'm not mistaken. And that's literally how Einstein describes gravity, right? Like a cloth, and then a heavy gravitational weight will warp the time space, and then gravity is what causes things to fall into it. So when physicists and stuff teach gravity, they use it on a like a sheet that you drop a heavy weight in the middle of it. That's how the Bible described the stars, and it said that he stretched them out. So when you look everywhere in the universe, we see, it's called the Doppler effect. Everywhere we look in the universe, we see what we call the red shift. So if an object is moving towards you in space, if it's coming at you, then the light between you and the object is compressed, so it looks blue on the whatever scale they use. It looks more blue. If the object is moving away from you, then the light between you and the object is stretched out. That's called the red shift. It appears red. So everywhere we look in space, we see red. It's called the red shift. So scientists deduced by that, because everywhere they look, they see stretched light, then they deduced that the universe is expanding. Now, it very well may be expanding. I don't know. But I do know that it's like 7 times in the Bible God says he stretched out the stars. So I see the red shift as a result of what God said he did. Clearly, it's one of the things that confirms the Bible.
Okay.
IQ, man, you gotta. I don't like an IQ too high. I don't mind you staying in the comments, dude, but you got to clean that language up. I got people that like to listen to me, and children may be reading the comments. Parents may have their TikTok on, and they can see that in the background. So don't. You're free to disagree with me, man, but let's be adults and not cussing.
You're not talking to me, are you?
No. I was talking to the guy that's cussing in the comments.
Oh, I'm not reading the comments. So light travels at 186,000 miles per second.
Okay.
And obviously, if an object is closer to you than another object, it will take longer for the light to travel through space to reach us. Whereas if it's traveling away from us, it would take longer and eventually would be unnoticeable. You wouldn't be able to get any light from it.
That's what the theory says. I don't know if we've tested and observed that.
Well, are we part of the Milky Way?
Yes.
Okay. How many stars and planets are there in the Milky Way?
I don't know how many planets there are. There's a lot of stars.
Well, a lot of them would most probably, since they've already been noticed, have a certain number of planets that go around a certain number of suns, which are, in fact, suns are stars.
That may be true, but we got to be careful when we're asserting things that are fact. So do you know how they observe or how they calculate planets around other stars?
They would be observable. There would also be a way of detecting
We actually
whether or
we
not
haven't
the
observed that
star
many
itself
planets.
has wobble, or whether or not it has
Yeah.
gravitational pull going around it, and whether it
Yeah.
exerts gravitational pull. So, like our set of planets, half of them were produced very early on, and the other
So I
half
don't know
were
if
not.
they've
They
actually
were
photographed any planets or not. They may have by now. I know a couple of years ago they hadn't, but maybe they have recently. But I would still, I know that the number is really low. So the way that they determine if there's a planet. Now I'm not saying that it's flawed, but we have to talk realistic about the methods they're using. So it's one, like you said, if the star dims. So if the planet is orbiting around the sun, then the brightness of the star will flicker, because once the planet goes in between us and the star, then obviously it blocks some of that light, so it causes it to flicker. Now, for that to happen, the planet literally has to be on the same plane as the Earth, because if we orbit this way horizontally, and there's another planet out there in another solar system that orbits vertically, we would never see that because the light doesn't dim, right? So there's no way for you to determine if that sun has a star or not. So you have to calculate and say that because it dims. Well, it could be dimming because of another reason. We don't know that it's because of a planet. Now, I would say that more than likely that's a good deduction. I think that there's nothing wrong with making that prediction. What I have a problem with is when people pretend like we know that for, beyond a shadow of a doubt that that's what this is based off of the light, quote unquote, wobbling. We don't know that for sure. Some cases it may very well be a planet, but some cases it very well may not be a planet.
So the chances of a certain part of the Milky Way, which we are part of, we're in the outer edge, a certain number of stars and planets, any combination thereof, of between 406.
Brother, you got a lot of background noise now.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Yeah. Are you moving around or something?
Not at all. I'm laying
Now
on
you
my
sound a
couch.
lot. Well, now you sound a lot better.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was my heart. So that if you got all of these stars and planets, 400 to 600 billion, you would probably have all different variations of how old they are. Because there could be some in regression, there could be some in expansion, there could be some that have been around for 40 billion years, and others that are ready to burn out.
Well, if the universe is only about 6,000 and some change, I would say clearly they couldn't be here for 40 billion.
6,000
Especially
years?
with 6,000 and some change, yeah.
Really? And how do you know
That's
that?
what the Bible says. Well, that's what the Bible says. And so that's where I get it from.
And the Bible makes scientific predictions? Or, I don't know where that
Yeah.
number comes from.
Well, I mean, it's not a science book, but it comes from the book of Genesis. So when I say, I don't expect it to be, make scientific predictions about everything, but the stuff that it says, I think should be scientifically accurate, right? Even though it's not a book, I should be able to test it, and that I can do that, and I don't see any reason not to believe it.
And do we have the fossilization of plants and animals?
Yeah, that happened in the flood.
Fossilization?
That's how fossils are formed, brother. When a flood comes in, it unalives things, it uproots things, and then it buries them down in sediment layers. The sediment layers, once it fully covers the animal or plant material, whatever, then the water on top of it forces mineralization to replace the plant material or the animal material, like bone, right? The mineralization come in and replaces bone. That's literally how fossils are formed.
And we have no fossils older than 6,000 years.
Well, I would contend with some of the dating techniques, but yeah, that would be my contention.
So there are no fossils older than 6,000 years old.
That would be my contention, yes.
And the scientists that have inspected and tested fossils, both animal and plant, that say there are some that are millions of years old. those are incorrect.
Yeah, but see, there's a very careful distinction in what you said that I think we need to make sure that we're understanding. You said scientists say that, and that's very true. I don't care what scientists say. Scientists are people, and they're allowed to assume or believe whatever they want. The actual testable and observable science, though, says different. So the scientist can believe whatever they want. It doesn't bother me any bit. They can believe literally whatever they want. But I think with the testable and observable science is what we should go with, and clearly I think that supports the flood model more than it does the evolutionary model.
Yeah, but science doesn't prove anything. It only investigates.
That's true. We can both look at the same evidence and come to different conclusions, but I think if we use the scientific method and we use things like Occam's razor, then I think we can come to a more truthful stance than not, if that makes
How
sense.
does
And I
Occam's
clearly
razor establish that the Earth is only
Sure.
6,000 years old?
Sure, let me give you an example. So you have two different models, right? So let's take the Morrison and Hells Creek Formation. You have these dinosaur bone beds that literally go from the upper parts of Canada all the way across the United States, or excuse me, the lower parts of Canada all the way across the United States to the upper parts of Mexico. That's one dinosaur graveyard. So you've got two different contentions about how these dinosaur graveyards got there. The evolutionary contention is that these happened in separate events, meaning separate floods, if you will, because the dinosaur had to be covered up in sediment for it to be fossilized, obviously. So because if any part of it is left outside or unburied, then clearly the oxygen content allows the microorganisms to still live, and then they eat the dinosaur and it doesn't fossilize. So you need rapid sediment burial to cut off the oxygen content and to force mineralization. That's how fossils are formed. So evolutionary models say that this happened through individual flood events over millions and millions of hundreds of millions of years. So, and these dinosaurs are the same body density type, roughly like the duck-billed dinosaur, Triceratops, and the Tyrannosaurus rex usually are found most common in these bone beds that I just mentioned. So the evolutionary model says, again, this happened different events over millions of years. Okay. The flood model says that these dinosaurs unalived in a flood, they got sorted out through body density type and things like this. This happens in a flood. They got grouped together, and then as the waters receded, they got set down and it washed sediment over them, causing them to be buried in layers and causing them to fossilize. So Occam's razor says which one takes the least amount of assumptions to get to the correct answer, right?
Right.
So I can make some predictions based off of my model because I believe that the flood was 4,500 years ago, and we know that the half-life of DNA is 500 years in a fossil. That's the half-life. So if you go from a half, then you go to a quarter to an eighth, a 16th, a 32nd, a 64th. Right. Well, I'm also explaining it to the individuals who might not know what it is. So with that being said, DNA should not be detectable in anything over 6 million years, right? DNA cannot last that long. So I can make a prediction because it's 4,500 years ago, we should still be able to find soft tissue and DNA in dinosaurs. And
which they are
that's what we
finding
find.
Right.
Yeah.
Over
it
the
doesn't
past
fit the
2
evolutionary
years,
model.
There's been a great number of studies that have done this, that there is
Right.
soft tissue available. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, and DNA. So that fits the flood model. It doesn't fit the evolutionary model.
Why not?
Because DNA and soft tissue cannot last for 65 million years, and the fact that they're finding it fits the flood model.
But apparently they are finding it. And they
I
do
know they're
predict-
finding it.
And they do predict.
Because they're finding it. No, they don't predict it. There's no method that they have scientifically that can get this out to 65 million years. They're looking for one.
Okay. Well, I don't know the history of the prediction of soft tissue in
I can promise you, Mary Schweitzer is the one that found it, and they called her everything but a child of God. Watch her interview. The scientific community come out against her, and this is why, if you look at her most recent paper, she has found dinosaur DNA. 100% they found dinosaur DNA.
I agree.
But
I agree.
they are so afraid to announce that they found dinosaur DNA. This is scientists now. They're They're saying they're being cautious, but if you read the paper literally states that they're finding dinosaur DNA, but they don't want to announce that they're finding dinosaur DNA because of the backlash that they get from their own community.
I agree. I agree about the backlash.
Yeah, so that's my point. That fits the flood model. So it shows that these dinosaurs
you
are
and
more
I had
likely
this
4,500
discussion
years old.
before. I don't know whether you remember, but we did have this discussion before a while back, and talking
Okay.
about Noah's Ark and the flood and all of these continents that were once all in one mass somewhere in the world. We're not quite sure, and then they all split up and made continents. And then we talked about the kangaroos, and we talked about how the kangaroos were going to get onto the ark, since Australia, or what is now Australia, was quite a bit away from Mount Ararat. And I didn't quite get, because we never got to the point of how did kangaroos jump on board, although you told me that it was pretty easy. You just open up the gate and they jumped on board.
You're the one that I talked about making a buoy?
No.
All right, so real quick, the guy that's asking about the let me answer this because he's asking what the name of the paper is. So the paper where they're finding dinosaur DNA, the name of the paper is called Evidence of Proteins, Chromosomes, and Chemical Markers of DNA in Exquisitely Preserved Dinosaur Cartilage, 2020. Mary Schweitzer is also one of the co-authors of that paper. So that's the name of that paper. All right, so if I told you that the kangaroos got to Australia because they built a raft, or not, I don't want to say build a raft, that's wrong, because they found some floating debris, they got on the floating debris and then sailed to Australia. Would that sound kind of ridiculous?
That's quite a stretch.
That's how evolution says the monkeys got to South America, brother.
I'm sure they did. And I'm sure the platypuses all flew because they had wings back then. Now they
I'm serious. If you, this is, I know you're not saying that, but the evolutionists that I got up here go, how did the kangaroos get to Australia? Well, I say they hopped because at the end of the flood, this is when you would have had the ice age. The ice age would have caused the water levels to drop immediately after the flood. Obviously, the water levels would have been lower. They would have been stored in ice. This would have created land bridges, and you can literally see land bridges literally all over the planet. Right? And you can see land bridges that go straight to Australia. Now, clearly, as the ice started to melt and the water started to rise, then some of those land bridges clearly got washed out, so they're no longer there. But if you just look at a picture of Australia from space, clearly you can see a whole lot of dotted islands that clearly go to Australia. So that's, evolutionists still believe that the animals got there. They just, through the land bridge, they just think it happened a lot longer of a time ago, obviously. And no, I don't believe in a flat earth. Okay. So, but evolutionists do say that monkeys got on a raft, and not just one time, but actually several times to get the diversity of monkeys that we have in South America. They literally believe that they got on a raft and floated across the ocean until they got to America. So that's why I say when evolutionists say, how did the kangaroos get to Australia? I'm like, you guys believe that monkeys made a raft and floated to the United States, bro. Get it, come on.
Sure. Now, do you believe that humans are the evolutionary extent? Of course, it could still proceed. We could still evolve into something else. But what preceded us, certainly we are not necessarily the same as apes or the same as chimpanzees, we are probably coexisting evolution that went off in a number of different directions. And are there a common ancestor? Maybe. But I think that would have to be really investigated. And I pretty much know your answer, but what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, obviously I reject a universal common ancestor. I don't think there's no evidence for it. So I don't see any reason to believe it.
Okay. What about human fossils, human bones that stretch back longer than 6,000 years?
Well, I would contend with the dating techniques. Yeah, I would contend with the dating technique that they're saying that most of that's going to be done from your geologic column. And the geologic column There was a guy by the name of Charles Lyell that's literally quoted as to saying he wanted to remove Moses from geology, meaning that when people saw those layers before, that they thought it was Noah's flood. So they literally just looked at, it's called uniformitarianism. So they looked at sediment rates after the flood that happens in a normal winding river. And then they extrapolated that, okay, these sediment rates laid down an inch a year, to make the math simple. And therefore, this column is 100 foot long. So if we divide that in inches, then that's how long it's been there. Well, clearly, we don't believe in that. We believe in catastrophism, that these layers were laid down in hydrologic sorting, not uniformitarianism, obviously. And I think that polystrata fossils and things of this nature clearly prove that the geologic column happened rapidly. It did not happen over millions of years. You couldn't have a fossil connecting all of these different layers if they're millions of years old. That's called polystrate fossils. So I would contend with their dating technique on human fossils.
Okay,
And we can look at
this-
things like
oh, I'm sorry, go
mitochondrial
ahead,
Eve.
go ahead.
I'll just say this. We can look at our mitochondrial DNA,
Yep.
and we can backdate the number of mutations that we have, and it actually goes back to about 6 or 12,000 years if you use the pedigree calculations.
But you said 6,000 years.
Anywhere from between mostly 6,000, but you can get anywhere between 6 and 12. But yeah, it's around the 6,000 year mark for mitochondrial Eve. And every human alive today can trace their mitochondrial DNA to mitochondrial Eve.
And the skulls of Lucy and her relatives that are maybe 1,000,000 years old. Where did that fit into the puzzle?
Well, that it doesn't fit in nowhere, because what happened was they were actually looking for a grant, and they were running out of money. So Lucy come from the Australopithecine, or whatever they call her. The reason why they call her Lucy is because it was the Beatles were playing a song when they found the parts of her skeleton or whatever. But it was in
Lucy
many
in the
different
sky.
layers. Yeah. And there was it was in many different layers scattered out across a long area. So this was literally just Frankenstein put these things together in an effort to say that, and they clearly needed their grant money in an effort to find the missing link. So I think when people, if you're going to fund a scientific endeavor, then it should be neutral. If you're paying for somebody to find something, then clearly they're going to try to find that thing because you're paying them to find it. So they're putting the money corrupts the findings, because then when you find something like this, you put Farside. What's up, man? Hold on, calm down. So what they're doing is they're putting their interpretation on the bones.
Right. So your interpretation or your reasoning is that this was all a conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy. I wouldn't say a conspiracy. You don't need a conspiracy when you get like-minded individuals, that have the same processes. I wouldn't call it a conspiracy. I call it bad science.
Well, I would say there was causation, and what you just explained to me sounds like a conspiracy.
Well, yeah, but that's a good way to put it, and I think that's a fair assumption to make, but I don't necessarily. I think a conspiracy implies intent. I think that some people clearly do have that, but I don't think that every person or every scientist that believes in evolution is a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe that. I think that their foundation that they're building off of is clearly flawed. So this is why people like very, 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 very smart people like Mary Schweitzer can go against her own findings. She is finding dinosaur soft tissue. They know the degradation rates of collagen. They know the degradation rates of DNA. And yet she still says, I believe this is millions of years old, because she has been so indoctrinated with millions and millions of years. If you go pick up a dinosaur coloring book for a 2-year-old and open it up, if it has words in it, the first words are going to be literally millions and millions of years ago. Right. And so this is pounded in your head from the very beginning that these things are millions of years old, and that's the one thing you can't touch in evolution. You cannot touch the time scale. So Lucy, they didn't find any of her feet, but when they put her on display in the museum, they put human feet on her. They also put whites in her eyes. Apes have black around their eyes. Their whites in their eyes is a human trait. And so when they put Lucy and they put whites in her eyes in an effort to make her look more human and things of this nature. So like I said, I don't think it's necessarily just a conspiracy. I think that their foundation is flawed, and they're building off of that.
What you were talking about, I think I heard you correctly. You were talking about grant money, and that would infer something else called intent, that they were trying to
Yeah.
validate the amount of money that was being spent on these studies, and that sounds like a conspiracy.
Yeah, if that's the way you want to look at it, I think that's a reasonable. I don't try to look at it like that because natural. I mean, you have to train yourself to set your bias aside. So if you're paid as an archaeologist, you say, "Hey, I want you to go find the missing link. Here's $1 million to pay for all your expenses in Africa. Go find the missing link." Any monkey animal that you find, or any ape animal that you find that's in these layers, what do you think you're going to say? Are you going to come back and be like, "No, it's just a normal ape"? No, you're going to clearly be like, "Look, I found it.
You seem
I
to
found
know
it.
the
Here it
answer.
is." Yeah.
But you would
So-
go into a study such as this with perhaps a null hypothesis, and certainly you would be looking for answers. But I think that's rather ingenuous to automatically assume that people that like the scientists or the people that were the archaeologists that was trying to explain Lucy would necessarily look to find reasons for rather than have those reasons occur.
Maybe, but when they had to break her hips and then re-glue them in an effort to try to make her look like she stood upright instead of walked over on all fours, I think that's disingenuous. When
I
they
agree.
when they get caught hiding skulls under their beds in an effort to not produce anything, when the Aboriginal people they use their mouth a lot to hold on to stuff when they twine it, so their mouth is like a tool, so their jaws literally grow thicker than most of your other people because they constantly use their jaws. And you have the classic ape man of a small head and a big jaw, right? That's the classic ape man.
Yeah.
So when you need to put heads on display for your evolutionary museum, when you go take Aboriginal heads, boil them down, and take their skulls and put normal Aboriginal humans on display because they have thicker jaws and say that this is evolution because these are quote unquote monkey men, I think that's disingenuous.
I agree. That would be, if that was the intent.
Yeah. When I said that short sports weekly, you're free to go look that up. But yeah, there's been cases where they've they have drilled different jawbones and stuff like this with drills in an effort to hoax evolutionists, right? So and to get money because you can sell it to National Geographic and things of this nature. So they actually, one of the individuals, I can't think of the name off the top of my head, but that was trying to do this evolutionary and fooled a lot of people. They actually found skulls underneath his bed that he was working on in an effort to fool evolutionists to make them think that this was a monkey type
That's a conspiracy.
ancestor.
That would be a conspiracy. What is
Yeah, that
your-
would.
If you don't mind me asking, what is your background? Do you have a degree in archaeology or et cetera? Or okay, so everything is self-learned.
Yeah,
you read
I
it?
research a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that information comes from where?
Yeah, you can look up everything. I usually provide sources on all the stuff I gave, just like the individual asked earlier for the paper. I provide sources on all the stuff that, I mean, obviously if we're just in a conversation and I'm shooting from the hip, that's different. But I mean, if I'm going to make a claim, I can provide the source for the most part.
Okay, and those sources come from where?
All over the place. Just depends on what topic I'm talking about.
So you don't read National Geographic, you don't, et cetera.
I mean, I will. I'm not against it if it's got something that I think that I find relevant in there.
That you agree with.
Well, I'll read it if I disagree with it. I'm allowed to come to my own. Like I said, I use Mary Schweitzer's paper as an example, the iron cross linking. The paper literally states that this is a mechanism that they're postulating mechanisms to get it out to 65 million years old. But in the paper, it literally states that this doesn't fit the degradation rates. So Mary Schweitzer and the people that wrote the paper don't agree with me, but I still use the paper because I can come to a different conclusion, right?
Oh, absolutely.
I can look at the same science that she's looking at and come to an opposite conclusion using their techniques. I think that's what that's what everybody does. They look at the science and then they come to the conclusion of what it is. And I just come to an opposite conclusion that they do. But I still use their papers to show people. Like the paper literally states that this doesn't fit current degradation models. It literally states that in the paper.
Okay.
So when people say that because if you Google right now, like when people come up here to engage with me about dinosaurs being 65 million years old, the first thing they'll do is they'll Google what is the process that gets dinosaur soft tissue out to 65 million years. Google's automatically going to tell you iron cross-linking. Okay, then if you go to if you ask for the source material about iron cross-linking, it's going to take you to the Mary Schweitzer paper. And in the first words of the abstract of the paper, it literally states this is not this doesn't fit the current degradation models. So Google is, again, it's not a conspiracy, but it's tricking a lot of people because they think that the paper is telling them this is the mechanism. So they constantly say iron cross-linking is the method. But when you go to the paper, the source material, it says this probably contributes to it, but it doesn't fit the degradation models.
That seems like a disclaimer on their part, and they're protecting themselves.
I think that's very honest of them. Even though they come to a different conclusion than I do, I think that's I think that's very honest of them to be honest and say, look, we think this might be a mechanism, but it doesn't get us to where we want to go. Now, I will say this: they are very deceptive, and they make people think. You got to read these things because it constantly states that additional testing is needed. That's just a fancy way of saying we don't know what's going on here, or we haven't found what we're looking for. They're very deceptive in their wording. I will say that, but I'm not claiming that any of them's lying about anything outright.
Right. I do think that she, if it was a null hypothesis or where she was going and why she wanted to prove and how she wanted to prove it, that because it's fairly recent. I mean, this research, a lot of her stuff is fairly recent in terms of archaeological testing. So I think that a lot of what she is doing is very informational. I think it's great, and I have read it. I don't know exactly what her motives are, and
yes, the only thing I would say against that is I agree with you. People, that's fine. You don't have to change your opinion off of one finding because one thing that might not, it might have some wiggle room on it, but to claim the exact opposite of the paper, I think is a little bit weird. Like, for example, for her to continue to claim that these things are 65 million years old, but she can't prove it, I think is disingenuous. I think you can believe whatever you want. And for her, when she gets mad at young Earth creationists, if I was to have her on my show, she'd probably chastise me for claiming that, what her paper says. But her paper says it. I'm literally reading it verbatim. So she can get as mad as she wants at me. She's made it known several times that she doesn't like the fact that young Earth creationists are using her science. Well, I'm sorry, I can't help it that you're proving your own hypothesis wrong. But I do take issue with her claiming that these things are still 65 million years old when it goes diametrically opposes the degradation rates.
Now, have you communicated with her, and has she communicated with you?
No, I mean, I hadn't even been doing this a year yet, so I don't think I'm anywhere on the level to start contacting Mary Schweitzer.
Yeah, no, that's why I asked. I didn't know whether.
Yeah,
certainly her studies extend within a year. I mean, she's got a lot out there and a lot to read. I just didn't know whether you contacted her and said, "Hi, I'm so and so, and I've only been looking at your findings for a year, and I'm wondering, I have some questions for you." So.
Yeah, I mean, she's done interviews and stuff, and there's plenty of quotes of her stating that she doesn't like young Earth creationists using her. Now, somebody put in a comment she's a Christian. Yeah, she says she's a Christian. I mean, I don't know her heart. She might be. That's between her and God. But she's not a young Earth creationist, right? She believes that these things are millions and millions of years old, and she's made her opinion very clear that she doesn't like the fact that young Earth creationists. And she has went on several atheist YouTube accounts in an effort to talk about how she diametrically opposes young Earth creationists using her findings in an effort to prove a young Earth.
Okay. And Occam's razor applied here would say what?
That it's fits the flood model more, meaning that these dinosaurs unalived in a flood.
How did I know you were going to say that?
Well, because the evidence shows that clearly, if we know the degradation rates of collagen, and it can't last, the most pristine conditions of collagen can only get the half-life to 130,000 years. The half-life of DNA is 500 years. The fact that we're finding them in dinosaurs clearly shows unequivocally, without a doubt, unless somebody's got some better scientific proofs up to date that we're unaware of, it clearly shows that dinosaurs did not live 65 million years ago. And most people in the comments, or some that might be hearing that for the first time, think that that's crazy, but that's what the actual science shows. Again, I know what the degradation rates of collagen are through the scientifically peer-reviewed papers. I know what the degradation rates of DNA is through the scientifically peer-reviewed paper, and they can't last for millions of years.
Okay.
And yet they're finding it in dinosaurs. So clearly they can't be millions of years.
Okay. And that's your opinion, but okay.
Well, that's not just my opinion, brother. That's the actual science right now.
Well,
So that-
it's your science. It's your science.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Because
It's not my
those
science. It is the
interpreted-
science.
Those
That's not interpreted, brother.
Those
I can show you the
interpreting-
degradation rates.
Those interpreting your results and reading your results aren't necessarily what they expect to see and what they interpret to be the truth and genuine results.
Well,
That doesn't
that's-
mean you're
that's
right
not-
and they're wrong.
but that's not-
It doesn't mean they're right and you're wrong.
Right, but I understand that we're interpreting things different, but I do take issue with a little bit because I think you're downplaying a little bit when I'm not. We know what the degradation rates are of testable and observable science, right? So you can infer that they're 65 million years old. That's not testable and observable. You're just literally inferring that. I can show you the science that shows us that we know what the degradation rates of are in collagen. Right, that's what they're finding in dinosaurs. That's the soft tissue that they're finding in dinosaurs is collagen.
Right.
We know how this. We can study this. We know what the half lives are. We can deduce how long it takes to in different conditions. Okay, we can do this with DNA, and the fact that they're finding it in stuff that's 200 million years old, even older than the dinosaurs, shows that this stuff cannot be millions of years old by the science. Not opinion. Now, science changes, and there could be some unknown mechanism that comes up later, and maybe we'll have to revamp what we're saying. But as it sits right now, on today's date, at today's time, the science clearly shows that these things are not 65 million years old. And if you claim that they are, you're going off of a faith-based statement and not a science-based statement. And that's fine. You can have faith about certain things that's iffy. But right now, the science is unequivocal that we know what the degradation rates of collagen and DNA is, and it can't last for millions of years. So when you're finding it in dinosaur bones, you cannot then deduce that they're millions of years old. That's against logic.
But to the contrary, we can't assume your rate of history at being 6 to 12,000 years.
That's true. There's two models. So if you have a third model that you would like to produce that says it fits this model better, then we would have to consider that. But I'm only aware of two models. Like I said, the evolutionary, the bone beds that you find in, I'm only aware of two models. Now, I don't know, maybe somebody else come up with a third model that I'm unaware of. But the two models is one, these animals unalived in a flood, and that's how they got buried. Or they got buried in individual floods over an evolutionary timescale. That's the only two models that I'm aware of. And so clearly, if you have a dichotomy, if it's not one, then it's the other.
Okay. There might be a third, as you mentioned.
There might be, but I mean, in all fairness, just saying that there might be and then not producing any evidence for that is just an easy way to cop out of having to produce any evidence. If there's a third option, I think we need to present that.
I can't produce any evidence right now. No, I can't.
Right.
You very
right. So then I think it's fair for me to then conclude that the creation model fits best.
I think that you believe what you believe, but I do think, and I can't prove it yet, and I do know that people that have been involved in archaeology that people that are involved in the science and the history of the world, the people that are involved in science and the history of vegetation and animals, there's a lot more of them around, which doesn't mean anything because the number of people believing in something doesn't necessarily mean that that's genuine or the truth. But right now, you're outnumbered by multi.
That's. I get you, brother, but I think you would agree. You sound like a very educated, smart individual. That's an argument from majority. So that wouldn't make it true. If everybody in the world disagreed with me, that wouldn't make it true.
That's and you're absolutely correct. I'm just bringing up.
I think I glitched out there for a second. Am I still moving in the? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're still good.
All right. Had Azrael try to come up, but then for some reason he wasn't connected, and now users chopping out.
I was just gonna make a point about something earlier, but apparently you're a know-it-all, so you can kick me back down.
What?
Hi, I just got a phone call.
You made the same point I was gonna make, so it was made. You can kick me down.
Okay.
People have been talking to you while I've been talking to people trying to sell me vinyl siding. That's
User man, listen, dude, you sound educated. I'm able to have a good conversation with you. You're reasoned right. So if I didn't share Jesus with you last time, what do you know about him?
About Jesus?
Yeah,
I
man.
guess he was historically he was a man that lived approximately 2,000 years ago, and there's somewhat a lot of evidence to show. I'm concerned with the 12 people who apparently followed him around and then through a lot of hearsay wrote this manuscript called the Bible. As I mentioned before, I think I'm a born-again skeptic. I'm very skeptical about religion. I'm very skeptical about God. I'm very skeptical about Christianity. And that part of it, I have not, and I'm much older than you. I don't think you know how old I am, but I've been through a lot, especially with my parents, both of whom are deceased, who got me involved in the church, not because I wanted to, because they wanted to. And then I started to ask questions of them, and those questions were unanswered. And then I started to ask questions of the minister that we had in my church. I was in a Presbyterian church, and he didn't have answers. And then I was in college, and I had a philosophy course, and I started asking questions of him. And he said, well, you better go talk to your minister. And I've been asking questions for the last 70 plus years. I'm 82 now. And
Wow.
I do not, and the more questions I ask of people, the less sensible answers do I get.
What's your problem? Ask me the question. Let's see if I can help you out.
If God existed, why did he put us here? And if he put us here, why does he not take responsibility when we screw up? And we screw up constantly. We, quote, sin constantly. And it depends on the society you're in what is considered sin, because some societies consider certain things and others don't consider that sin. Therefore, if he put us here and he wanted us to live a certain lifestyle, and when we screw up, we get penalized. And that makes no sense to me at all.
Okay, so I'll do my best to answer some of those questions, but I do want to caveat this with saying when we ask these questions, I do, and don't take this as being disrespectful, we need to have a level of reasonable. You got to be like, you're asking me a question about why God did something. That's a God question. I clearly couldn't answer some of that because that question could only be answered by God, right? But some of the questions that I think I can answer that I'll try to help you out with are some of the other ones, like if God put us here, why does he not take responsibility? Well, because you're the one that did it, right? You don't take responsibility for something you didn't do. So just because, my parents are responsible for bringing me into this world. So now I'm 42. If I go out here and unalive somebody, are they responsible because they literally brought me into the world?
Is that a question?
Well, it is a question, but I think it's a rhetorical question that shouldn't need to be answered. But the answer is clearly my parents are not responsible. So why should God take responsibility of your sin for simply bringing you into existence?
I see childhood cancer. I see babies born with cancer, and the responsibility for them, for that baby's disability and eventually being unalive, is not the cause or anything from what the baby did. The baby was put here without the baby's knowledge. The baby was put here beyond the baby's
But God
design.
didn't give the baby cancer, though, right?
No, but why didn't God do something about it?
Well, he's going to eventually, but right now, if God stepped in every time something, then it wouldn't be much of a choice, right? So we have choices. This is our free will, and because of our free will, Newton's second law of thermodynamics kicked in. Before the fall, clearly Newton's second law of thermodynamics didn't exist. Things didn't tend toward chaos. The Bible says you can say you don't believe it, but you can't say the Bible doesn't teach it. Clearly, the Bible teaches that there was no sin, or there was no death before sin. So there was no cancer before sin, and there was no entropy in the universe before sin. Once Adam sinned, that Newton's second law of thermodynamics kicked in, and because of that, things tend towards chaos. And when people talk about evolution, when we see cancer, that is literally evolution. That is your cells mutating in a way that they shouldn't mutate. So it's not a good thing, it's a bad thing, and most of the time it's gonna cause problems and unalive you. And that's a result of the fall. And God gave us a way out of that. Now, eventually, we can get into the eschatology later, but eventually it's going to return back to the way that it was. But God gave us a way out by sending his only son to unalive himself on this planet. So when you say that you mentioned something earlier, like he's going to punish us, he doesn't quote unquote punish you. You willingly walk into hell. Unfortunately, there's a dichotomy. It's either going to be heaven or hell. It's either going to be smoking or non-smoking. I didn't set up the rules, but that's the way the cards fall. Now, you can get into heaven simply by accepting him. That's all you have to do. You don't physically have to do anything except accept him. Accept the gift that he gave you. Now, once you accept that, then clearly if you changed in your heart, like the Bible says, you believe in your heart and you confess with your mouth, then clearly that's going to cause some outward effects, and you're going to you're going to repent and turn from the ways that you used to do things. Obviously, if you don't, then clearly you wouldn't be saved. But as far as doing anything, you don't have to do anything. You just accept the gift that he gave, and then that's it. You get into heaven, and you get to spend the rest of eternity with him. And if you don't choose that way, then God says, okay, I'm not going to force you to be around me. You chose your path.
But therein lies the rub. That baby had no choice. There was no free will on the part of that baby. The free will does not come in inherently from what you said.
Right.
The free will does not come in until much later on, when the baby
I get that.
contracts. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I get what you're saying, but that's not a result of the baby's free will, but it is a result of free will. So it's not the baby. We learned this in the book of Job. You're not punished through sickness and stuff like this right here, right? Job didn't do anything wrong, and yet he got sick. And the three men that come to comfort Job, God got so mad at them that he was going to unalive them, that Job had to sacrifice for them and apologize for them on God's behalf, because they spoke with wisdom, or they spoke knowledge without wisdom. In other words, they kept telling Job, they said, hey, Job, you must have sinned because no righteous man has ever gotten what you're going through. They were making the claim that you've got sick because of something you did. And that's kind of what you're doing, user. You're saying the baby got sick, so it's not the baby didn't do anything, and it got childhood cancer. Well, the baby didn't do anything. It is not a result of its sin. It's a result of sin, but not its sin. In other words, the baby didn't sin, and it's not being punished here on the earth by having cancer. That's not how God works. And we learned this in the book of Job. Sometimes things just happen. It's a result of a fallen world. And if God stepped in every second to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to wipe out childhood cancer, right? Could God do that? Yeah, but then he's stepping in through creation, and then you're just going to say, well, that he's literally taking some parts of your free will away, because now you're going to almost be forced to believe him, right?
Yeah, but that baby did not ask to be here. I did not ask to be
All
here.
right.
You did not ask
Not getting in.
to be
User,
here.
hold on.
But
User, hold on. You're not realizing.
unfortunately,
You're not, no.
that those people,
I'll let
such
you
as
jump in.
you and myself and those babies, and there's millions of them that are unalived every year because of childhood diseases. They did not ask for that. And God put us here. He created us, not my parents. He created us according to what the Bible says and according to what people who apparently know the reasons why we're here. God put us here. And God supposedly knows
One second, guys.
about
One second.
everybody.
Hold on 1 second.
Happy Monday, everyone.
I apologize. That's my one troll that I allow in because he says happy whatever day it is.
Okay. I don't know what he was singing, but it sounded interesting.
So listen, user. What you're talking about is calamity. You're talking about calamities happening in life, and you're saying that because they happen and they happen to the innocent, they happen to the non-innocent, that somehow means God isn't real. That makes no sense.
I didn't create
No,
calamity.
listen.
Did
What
you-
I'm saying to you.
Did you create
No,
calamity?
what I'm saying to you is very simple. Just because bad things happen on earth does not mean God is not real. Just because bad things happen on
created
earth
calamity?
does not mean, like I said, just because bad things happen on earth does not discount the existence of God. Just because things happen on earth, bad or good, does not mean that God does not exist. You are making it a condition that everything is perfect. That means that God is real. Not one religion on this earth has ever claimed, and I'll even defend atheists. No atheist has ever claimed that if you are an atheist, your life will be perfect, and no Christian or any other religion has ever made the claim that if you follow that religion, that your life is going to be perfect and without problems. No Christian and no atheist has ever made that claim because it's stupid.
So, user, I do have a thing on my channel. I don't make it a rule because sometimes clearly I do engage because you seem like a very honest individual who's asking from a place of sincerity, so I do. But I usually don't do the emotional arguments up here because it's a fallacy, right? God allows cancer, so therefore he's not God. Well, that's just, it sounds more like you're mad at God and not that you don't believe in him. Because if you didn't believe in him, then you just be like, well, whatever, cancer, it is what it is. But it sounds like you're mad at him for allowing cancer instead of saying that he doesn't exist. So I don't mind trying to answer it because I do think you're coming from a place of sincerity. So that's why I'm doing the emotional argument right now. And he left. Do me a favor, guys. Y'all pray for user. He sounds conflicted. So rain falls on the just and unjust. Mike, I was going to say that very same thing, man. I was going to say the very same thing. Yep, rain falls on the just and the unjust. So we need to pray for user. He sounded very conflicted. Now that goes back to what I said at the very, very beginning of my live, is that when I talk to atheists, a lot of the times they don't sound like they're actually atheists. It sounds like they're mad at God. And you don't get mad at stuff you don't believe in. There's a difference between not believing and then hating him. I don't believe in evolution, macroevolution. I just do not believe in macroevolution, but I don't hate it. You know what I mean? I don't get, like, if people tell me, even if you say I'm a Christian, and this has happened clearly, Christians say I'm a Christian, but I believe in macroevolution. I think you're wrong, but I don't hate you. As long as you believe that Jesus, as long as you believe Jesus. Now, I would also say, well, why do you believe the Jesus part but not the Genesis part? But that's a God problem, right? God can worry about that, not me. And we'll have a contention about evolution, but man, we're brothers in Christ. I'm just going to say, hey, I think you're wrong, and you're going to say, hey, you think I'm wrong, but I'm not mad at you, and I don't hate you. But evolution is, on the other hand, it seems like they're mad at God. It seems like they're mad at God. All right, Jason, what's up, brother? You doing all right?
What's up? I wanted to say something real quick. God always gets the blame for everything. Everybody always points the finger at God. But if you really look at it, I mean, we got scientists and all this other stuff. A lot of this stuff is man created by man. I mean, the foods we eat, the things that we do, you know, there's lab grown meats and stuff, and like the waters we drink, and, like all this stuff is creating and causing more cancers and more sicknesses, and the medicines we take. You take one medicine to treat one thing, and it causes 5 other problems. And that gets passed on to babies, unfortunately. Mother, I mean, not all that's God's fault. Like, it's crazy. I know what he was trying to say, but
Yeah.
it's the man. The man has created.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Azrael, what's up, brother?
Not much. Not much. I am ripping and running, but I just popped in because when I hear him trying to make these scientific arguments, I was gonna dig into the science to try to realize he didn't really know a lot of it, because the way he was explaining it just showed me, you know, he didn't really have a astute understanding as to how those things occur. I don't think a lot of scientists are looking at diseases and saying, well, these diseases are occurring because there's no God. That's not what science is looking at. They just look at the disease itself. You treat the disease and you treat the genetic reason behind the disease. That's how it works.
Yeah. Now, to those of you who might be recent listeners, yeah, you're not going to get that from me all the time. I do honestly believe that he was coming from a place of sincerity, so I didn't mind doing that. But I'm not going to be that generous with everyone that comes up with the emotional fallacies. Most of the time, I get pretty irritated with it because it doesn't disprove. You would just believe God's a big meanie, but it doesn't disprove God. So I usually don't do the emotional arguments unless you're coming from a place of sincerity and you really have honest questions. I don't try to mind to answer them. But you know, if you're doing it from a place of God doesn't exist because the Amalekite babies were murdered, then I don't got time for that fallacy stuff. So I put that out there because I didn't want people to think that I had some kind of double standard. I will answer it if I think you're being sincere. But if I think if you're just using an emotional argument fallacy, then I don't got no time for that. All right, Azrael, I appreciate you coming up, man. I'm gonna drop you down and see if I can get some ops up.
All right.
All right, man. Appreciate you. You guys don't know Azrael, give him a follow. He is a biologist, very, very, very smart guy. If I got a DNA question, I'm gonna definitely call him up because he's way more intelligent on the DNA factor than I could ever imagine to be. So, all right, guys, do me a favor, hit the heart and share. Let's try to get me pushed out in the algorithm. Started off pretty good. I'm hovering around 40 right now, and I appreciate it. To the individuals that gave me stickers right in the middle of the conversation, let me say I thank you for it. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Everybody that gives me the hearts and supports the channel, I appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed. Sometimes I don't have the opportunity when I'm in the middle of a conversation to show the gratitude and the thanks that you guys deserve for supporting me, but it doesn't go unnoticed, and I do appreciate it. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. I put it right back into the ministry. You know, I don't make tons of money off of this thing. But you know, hey, look, I've got a mic here and I've got a light and I've got this stuff from people contributing to the ministry, if you will. So it's kind of even weird for me to say that. I just kind of started this off to not necessarily to be a ministry, but I think it's kind of turning into that, God willing. So I do appreciate all the support, all the likes and the follows. Hey, I couldn't do it without you. Eventually, I got Rumble and YouTube. I usually try to move the lives over there and put it up over there, but I don't get too much engagement over there right now. So the bigger I get, I'd like to be able to co-host on Rumble and YouTube also. I tried co-hosting a couple of times over there, but I just don't really get any engagement. And then obviously the audio is not perfect, and I'm not gonna pay for a subscription to a multi thing, if you will, where you like a StreamYard or anything like that. I'm not going to pay for that yet because obviously I'm not big enough to do that. But you guys keep supporting me. Eventually, God willing, I will be, and I appreciate it. He's not the Antichrist. Leon, what's up, man?
Not much.
Got something on the topic?
What is your guys' topic?
Well, I'm talking. I believe evolution is false, and the flood, Noah's flood was real, and pre-tribulation isn't biblical.
Okay. I'm kind of more. I like to see a one government one day. Like to see like Elon, like he wants the American government or the American Party. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, I see there's the Bible describes what they call typologies and stuff like that. But there's certain things that it does fit. Like I see it says Trump doesn't desire women, but he desires power and wealth more. Yeah, but he clearly desires women. Like I said, the only reason that we knew that he got in trouble with Stormy, the I don't want to keep saying that word because TikTok will get me, but the corn star, right? The only reason we know he got in trouble with her is because he tried to pay to keep it hush. So that wasn't for power or money. That was literally to scratch an itch that he had. I don't want to get graphic on here, but that's what it is. He clearly desired that lust, right? So it's not fair to say that he doesn't desire women. He clearly does. If he didn't desire it and he was just trying to do something, then who cares? He's a grown man. He does what he wants, right? But clearly he does desire that, or he wouldn't have gotten in trouble for it, right? So clearly he desires women. As far as Elon wanting to create a one world government, I don't know. I mean, could be, but I mean, the Antichrist comes along and makes a treaty with many. I can't prove this, but I would imagine that the treaty is going to involve, in my opinion, is going to involve the rebuilding of the temple. I don't think Elon has anything to do with it.
But like me, I'm tired of seeing the world divided. I'm tired of seeing the world talk about black, white. I'm tired of seeing the world talk about Mexican and white. I'm tired of seeing the world being so divided. I want to see the world become one world order, kind of like, and I don't want to see like a lot of people think, oh, one world order, like they're thinking like bad. But I think one world, if we see all our tax dollars, all our money all go into one pot, and all our money goes into one place, and our money goes into one, and our money is not divided. Being divided is a corrupt system, actually, because we have two parties. We got Republican and we got Democrat. We got money going into Republican.
That utopia just doesn't exist, and there's different types of people, and you know, so you put people all together, you're going to have problems. People needed to diversify in their own people groups.
But America is keeping America divided. America is keeping people. We're I don't know. If we keep America divided, we keep the money going.
And to me, it felt like, well, you don't
Hey, Jake, I saw your comment pop up there. As of right now, I don't need it, but if I do need it, I'll shoot you a message and let you know. But one of my sergeants actually got news that I don't need it right now. Sorry, guys, that was a private message, so it was off topic a little bit. But Leon, I don't think America's keeping people divided. I think people are just in different groups, right?
But I want to ask you a question. Being divided, do we save more money or spend more money?
Well, I think if we were undivided, meaning that in the way that you're talking about, not in unity, but if you put all these people groups together, you're going to have problems. So I think that division is great. Division works best right now.
Because now that I'm an adult, I see that all these people were good people. My parents, I love.
And you got a lot of background noise, man. You got a TV on or something?
It was just
hold on.
from my point of view was a child,
Let me turn it down.
it felt like
But it actually wasn't even up very loud. But I'm going to turn it down. But I think being divided is actually a corrupt system. And I think divided has actually created a corrupt system. And it's actually money laundering money. And if we were one, I like Elon. Elon is actually about one party. He wants to create the American Party, and I think that will be the great.
I think that is a very
movement.
The one thing that I will say negative about the United States is that it creates that type of mentality where Americans think that they know what's best for the world when they don't. Like, for example, the Americans are so, it's kind of, I don't want to say bred into our culture, but it is. Like, our forefathers and stuff come here for freedom, so they'll fight over freedom, right? You're not going to invade America and try to take away their guns. Americans are not going to have it, right? It'll cause a civil war because Americans are going to fight for their freedoms. Hold on, let me just land this plane and I'll show you. Hold on, let me just land this plane and I'll show you. The reason why I say it's different, but not, there's nothing quote unquote wrong or better or anything about it. It's just different. Like, for example, Afghanistan. You had an entire group of individuals, an entire generation that grew up under American rule, if you will, where the girls got to go to school. They didn't have to live under Sharia law. They had freedom, if you will, right? And you had an entire generation of an entire nation grow up under that. 20 years we were over there. The moment America left, you saw the pictures of young men running like crazy from the Taliban. They didn't fight. They didn't want to fight. They didn't have any desire to fight. They didn't care that their daughters and their wives were going to be put back into burqas and in Sharia law. They didn't care that their girls wasn't going to be able to go to school. They just didn't care. They didn't have any desire to fight. And when you see those images, they're very sad, but they're young age fighting men, right? They just didn't have the desire to do that. It's just a different culture, a different people. Now, when you say I want a one world government, there's no way that those two cultures live good because they're separate. The moment you put them back together, you got a problem.
But the thing is, I actually do believe in divided too. I would say if we had a one world government, we need I would say still two parties in a way, but at the same time we have actually we divided like blacks and white. We divided whites and Mexicans. We divided our country.
Yeah, but where is this at now? I mean, this doesn't, I mean, you might be able to find a fringe case here and there, but for the most part, you're talking about in the past. America's not segregated like it was.
No, it's actually present right now. We are actually divided. If you actually look on the media right now,
is there somewhere in the United States that blacks can't go and whites can't go or anything like that?
No. If you actually look on media right now, blacks are complaining about whites, and blacks are always talking about race.
People are going to complain no matter what, man. They're still not segregated, though. People are not forcibly. People can segregate themselves all they want, but they're not forcibly segregated by the government.
But if I don't know, I just see like we have a lot of wasted money going towards the right and going towards the left, and then I see all of this here money fighting against the right, and all this money going fighting against the left. But if we could put all this here money towards the good in the middle, and I would like to see the American Party. I would like to see Elon Musk proceed.
I got you, man.
What do you think?
You could, yeah. I think we've exhausted as far as we're going to go on that. Do you have anything on the topic you'd like to bring up?
I just like to see Elon Musk proceed, and I think Elon Musk might in the future. The American Party might be the party or seen in the future, but I'm gonna see. But I'm gonna say Donald Trump's daughter is gonna be the next president, and then maybe Elon Musk might be the next party.
Okay. All right, man. Well, listen. Let me ask you a question. What do you know about Jesus, bro?
Actually, Jesus is. I believe him as a human being, but I believe as God is God. God is our creator.
So you believe that Jesus walked the planet, but you just don't believe he's God?
Kinda. I mean, God.
So let me ask you this: where do you get that Jesus walked the planet? Where do you get that information from?
Is what biblical, but
Yeah.
but I do experience and study NDE, and
Okay, so I got you. Walk with me through this. So you believe that Jesus was a real man because he's mentioned in the Bible. So why would you believe the Bible when it says that Jesus was a real man, but you don't believe the part that says that he was God?
I've studied a lot of NDE and a lot of people that crosses over, and they say they see God, and then they ask God, "Are you God?" And he laughs, and then when they ask,
Leon, I need you to hey, brother, walk with me. You're answering a question I didn't. You're answering a question I didn't ask. So you said that you believe that God was. You said, hold on, just walk with me through this and stick with me. You said you believed in Jesus because of the Bible, that he was a man. But the same place that says he was a man also says that he's God. So why don't you believe that?
Man wrote the Bible, and but I believe it in NDE. My wife passed away, and
sorry to hear that.
And she's seen the light when she passed away, and then she came back. She explained the light, and she explained everything. And then I've been a big time study on NDE, and
what are you saying? NDE? What is NDE?
Near death experience.
Okay. So what do you think the light is?
It's angels, God, or it's the other life, actually.
All right, you believe in God, I got you. So let's go back to it again. You said the Bible wasn't written by men. Those same men that wrote the Bible is where you're getting the fact that Jesus was a man, so why don't you believe them when they said Jesus was God? Just trying to understand where you're getting your logic from. Why you believe parts of the book and not the whole book.
But I'm kind of confused because in the NDE, they ask God, they ask the light, "Are you Jesus?" And they say, and he snarkles, he smiles, but he never answers. And then when they ask, "Are you God?" he snorkels and he smiles and he never answers. But I'm kind of, I don't know if that's God or Jesus. It's like, I actually believe in God. I mean,
well, that sounds more like Jesus. Did Jesus ever say the words in the Bible, "I am God, worship me"?
But in the Old Testament, it says there's only
he clearly
one God.
claims to be God, but he doesn't have to come. No, that's not true. Old Testament says, "Let us make man in our image." It says that Yahweh rain down fire and brimstone from Yahweh, and in Isaiah says Isaiah, God is speaking, and God says, "The Father and His Spirit has sent me." There's three. So you got God separated from his spirit has sent me. The me would be Jesus, clearly. So even if you want to say the me is Elijah, you got a plurality there. You got a plurality in Genesis, you got a plurality when he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, also in Genesis, and you got a plurality when he sent, if you want to say that's Isaiah, but in the book of Isaiah, you have a plurality. So to say that, let me just land, brother.
I want to ask one question. Did God ever retire? Did God ever retire?
Did God retire?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And then it says in the Bible, "Do not put no other God before me." So did God retire?
No. What are you talking about?
Okay. No, it says, "Do not put no other God before me."
What does that have to do with retirement?
If you put Jesus and you worship Jesus before God, that means
Jesus is God.
No, God retired then.
You're thinking of three separate gods. That's not the Trinitarian viewpoint. You have one God in three distinct persons. So it's still one God. Jesus is not a different God than God. He's not a different God than the Holy Spirit. these are one God in three distinct persons.
But it says in the Bible, "Do not worship no other god before me," and then it
That's
says, "Okay,
worship one God, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit." That's one God.
Not to say you can't worship other gods. He just says don't.
But that's the New Testament. The
No,
Father,
it's not.
Holy,
That's the old.
Brother. In the
No,
Old Testament, when it says, Leon, hold on. Now I need you to follow, right? Because you just stated that it's a New Testament. No, it's not. Okay, when
the Old
God says,
Testament,
"Let,"
it's not
brother,
the Father, Holy.
I'm just gonna move on if you can't follow. Okay, because you're
Okay.
interrupting means you're not listening. So
Okay,
when
I'll
God
listen.
said, "Let us make man in our image," there's a us and an our. That's plurality. Now, some people, the Jews, will try to say that this is talking about the divine court, if you will. It's not, because they don't have the ability to create, right? And it says our image. We're not made in the image of angels. Angels are not made in the image of God. We are made in the image of God. And the Bible says that God creates alone. So when it says, "Let us make man in our image," that is a plurality right there. That is showing one God in three distinct persons. Then in Genesis, when you have Yahweh is the only name of God, if you will, according to the Jews, it's Yahweh. It's the true name of God, right? So in the book of Genesis, when God is raining down fire and brimstone after he met with Abraham, and again, there was three that met with Abraham, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. There was three that met with Abraham. Then they go to Sodom and Gomorrah, and it says Yahweh from heaven, or Yahweh on earth, rained down fire and brimstone from Yahweh in heaven. You have two Yahwehs right there. It's a plurality. He's on earth and in heaven. The one on earth is causing fire and brimstone to rain down from the one in heaven. That's a plurality. And in the book of Isaiah, when God says it's God speaking, it's him talking in the context, says that God and his Spirit has sent me. God and his Spirit has sent me. You have a plurality. That's not the New Testament. That's the Old Testament, brother.
The very first chapter of the very first book of the Bible says Barashit bara Elohim. Elohim
But I
is
wanna-
plural. In the
I want to ask you
beginning,
guys a question.
gods.
Like there's a light god, or it's a northern light god, but that is Lucifer, whatever to call it. And then there's Jesus. Jesus is the light, or the northern star, or whatever to call it. And or
Satan is called the morning star.
Yeah, the morning star.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of confused a little bit.
I got you, man. That's fine. I'm trying to help you out. So it is one God. Trying to explain God is very hard because it's God, and clearly, if I could completely explain him, that he wouldn't be worth worshiping, right? Because he could fit inside my head. So,
but I actually believe
the Bible
believe in God
teaches
is
that
the
there's a
creator.
Trinity, right?
I believe
God the
it.
Creator. So
I believe in the Old Testament more than
I do
the
too.
New Testament.
Well, they're
New,
the same. The Old Testament predicts Jesus coming in the New Testament.
No, the Old Testament. No, the Old Testament came before the New Testament. The New Testament, and the Old Testament,
but
it's not. It's not
it
the
talks-
same.
He said he believed in the
It is
He
the
said he
same,
believed-
and it talks about it. It predicts Jesus coming. The Old Testament literally predicts Jesus coming.
He actually spoke that on the cross. So most people think that when Christ was dying on the cross, when he said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" He was actually quoting the 22nd chapter of Psalms, which was a foreshadowing of his coming. And it says, "They will rend my clothes and cast lots upon my clothes. They will look upon me." And it was all written by David a thousand years before him.
The book of Daniel says that, talking about the 70 weeks of Daniel, and it says that the Messiah will be cut off, and it names the times and the dates and how many days. You can literally count that up. That's literally when Jesus come.
But
atheistic
Lucifer-
scholars look at. Hold on. Atheistic
But
scholars look at the book of.
But I was going to say Lucifer is the Messiah too.
What?
No, he's
Lucifer
not. Hi,
is,
brother.
is No, Lucifer is considered a Messiah.
No,
I got you, man.
never.
Well, listen, just do me a favor and
You
give me a
act-
follow,
you don't want-
and I'll
But
I'll
you-
try to
but
help
you
you
don't
out
wanna
best I can. But
But
I
you don't
don't
want to
think
argue
you're.
me.
You say
Yeah, I don't
you
think
say
you're
you
listening.
don't believe in you don't believe in the Son being God.
No,
You
no,
don't believe in Jesus
I believe
being
in God.
Hold on. You talk. Let
I
me
believe
talk.
in God.
You say you don't believe in Jesus being God, but you believe in the Creator.
No.
First John
Yes.
says, "In the beginning was the Word was with God, the Word was God. In the beginning, it was the same in the beginning with God. All things were made by Him, and without Him was not anything made that was made." And then you go to the 14th chapter right here, and then it tells you the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. So that's all the proof you need right there. If you're too ignorant to see past that, that's you.
There are 300, at least 300 separate prophecies spoken. Let's get into the Mikra HaKodesh, the holy rehearsals, the story of Joseph, how his brethren betrayed him, sold him into slavery, and he went into Egypt. They sold him for silver. When Jesus said, "I come not to destroy the Torah, but to fulfill it," he didn't mean that he's doing away with the law. What he actually meant was, I'm showing you that everything that has been shown is a foreshadowing of me. His brethren betrayed him for silver, his brother. And he
But
was
I believe
killed.
I believe in the God in the heaven, and I'm going to end this here conversation with you guys because you guys are argumental, and you don't want to listen to me. And it's,
We're showing you
No.
proofs. We're
Well,
showing you
brother,
proofs.
if that's not the pot calling the kettle black, man, I don't know what is.
no,
I've let you
no,
get out
no,
everything you've had to say, and you've interrupted me every time.
But you don't want to listen. No, Jesus was persuaded. Jesus was one of the fallen angels that fell down to the earth, and he.
All right, man, do me a
was-
favor and watch your head, big dog. Watch your head. Yeah. Now I'm going to go ahead and cut you off because the conversation's over, and you just
There-
want to get a
there were
last minute
three-
jab in with Jesus. Yeah.
There were 3 archangels, and every one of them had the name of God in him.
Yeah.
Gabriel, Mikael, both end in the name El, which means God. The third, Lucifer, had not the name of God in him. You cannot fool an almighty God. He knew what
He
was
seemed a
going to
little-
be.
He seemed a little off. I was trying to show some restraint, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and dust my feet.
Well, but I agree. Evolution is false. The flood was real, and pre-trib, that's not biblical.
Yeah, brother, appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming up.
Appreciate you. Keep
Yes,
it on.
sir. All right, thank you, sir. God bless. All right, guys, I'm looking for some ops. Looking for some ops. I'm convinced these anti-science Christians are actually atheists. I'm an anti-science Christian? I mean, you might not be talking about me. Maybe you are. But if you are, you're welcome to come up and tell me how I'm anti-science. If that was intended for me, I don't want to put any ill will on it. I'm definitely talking about you. All right, well, come up and show me how I'm anti-science, because I like science and I use it all the time. So I don't know how I'm anti-science. So, weirdo police, come on up, man. Invite yourself up here and I'll accept you, and you can tell me how I'm being anti-science. What's up, brother? You all right?
Yeah, man. How's it going?
Man, hanging in there, hanging in there.
How could you say you're not anti-science when you say evolution is false?
Well,
that's
science
the
is
scientific consensus, right? Like being that against
Well,
anti-science.
Yeah, but
somebody accepted me. Yo, it's him. Yo.
Sorry. Science consensus is not science, though, because you and I would agree that when the scientific consensus was that the Earth was flat, They didn't make it true, right? So a consensus would be an
Well, that wasn't
argument
based
from
on
majority,
science.
and that doesn't make it true.
That
It
wasn't
was
based
at the time. Sure,
No.
it was. It was based on their
You have-
yes, it was. It's based
you
on
have
their
Aristotle
observational
saying
science
Earth
at the
is
time.
round.
It
Even
you,
Aristotle
it was
was
still based on their observational science at the time, even though they were wrong. It was sound arguments at the time. We just know better now.
Well,
But
I
an
mean, but if
argument
you
from
look at-
majority is literally a logical fallacy. And if we're doing science, we're not going to use logical fallacies, right?
But
that would be
weren't using
anti-science.
Science, though. They were just looking around going, it looks flat. Where Aristotle gave you the exact
Yeah, that's
method.
that's
to figure
observational.
out- Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
they're using scientific experiment. I don't
I'm
know
not-
why
I'm not
they're
a-
cutting you off.
Listen, guy,
really
I'm not a flat earther, but at the same time, when they didn't have the technology, like trying to explain that water stays on a ball to an individual who didn't understand gravity at the time, and to say that they're being anti-science when that's all they knew at the time, they was not being anti-science.
What scientific what
scientific consensus?
I'm going to try. I know
Science-
it's really hard for you to let me talk. See, this is the challenge right now.
That
What
actually wasn't me,
scientific-
Hero.
All right. Well, I'm going to try one more time. What scientific method did they use to come to the conclusion that the Earth was flat?
I literally just gave you one. You probably have a problem listening.
You didn't give one. You said they looked around.
Yeah, and
You
what did
didn't
I say about the
understand
water?
that.
Do you remember what I said about the water?
You said they couldn't understand that water.
Do you remember
grasped
what
to
I
a-
said about the water?
I'm repeating verbatim what you just said.
Okay.
You asked me. This is how it works. You ask a question, the person
Mhm.
answers it. All right?
Just
You
answer
let them
it,
answer it
'cause you haven't
And don't
answered it
want
yet.
me
What
to
did I
do
say about
that
the water?
Because you know, the more I talk,
Answer the
complicated
question.
this
What
is.
about the water did I say? Because
You
you're,
said
you're,
they
if you
didn't
repeat what I say
understand-
verbatim, then it's weird.
Okay, I'm going to try and repeat exactly what you said to me. Right?
Okay.
I know it's hard. Let's see if you can get.
Just
through
get
this
it
without you
out,
cutting
brother.
me off.
Get it out.
All right. You said they didn't understand that water could stick to a ball. That's
Yep.
not a scientific thing. That's just them not knowing stuff. All right. That's not an experiment.
It is an observation. It is.
Okay,
So why would
so
you say I didn't
what
give one and then
scientists
verbatim
did-
repeat exactly what I said, which
scientists
is giving you
did
one?
back then, right, was like looking at the well experiment, like looking at what Aristotle wrote. That's what the science people did. What you have is a
Brother,
bunch of religious
so
people
far
going,
you're just
well,
giving
the
me an
Bible
argument
said
from
this.
majority. It's a logical fallacy. Do you have
It's-
examples of evolution, macroevolution that's
we have
testable and observable?
40,000
It's not
examples
inferred.
of transitional fossils. We have
Okay,
birds
fossils-
dinosaurs turning into birds.
Okay,
Field
great.
Museum of Chicago.
So
where
you
can
got
go there.
transitional fossils.
Yes.
Okay, so that's shapes and assumptions, right? Can you
How
do
is
you
that
see
shapes
any
and
animal?
assumptions? We can see.
That's what it is.
We can see. We can see dinosaurs.
Can I ask you a question?
slowly turning into birds.
No, not yet. Okay, so
can't
if
see
you
that.
can see this, how do you see this? Is it because of their shapes?
It's because we have feathers that have no function.
You don't know that. You don't know that those
Yeah, we
feathers
do
had a
know that
function.
'cause
Can you?
Their
No,
structure
you don't.
of their body could not let them fly.
Okay, feathers are not doesn't mean you always fly. Penguins have feathers; they don't fly.
That's true. They use them for what though?
Insulation.
Yeah, they use it for insulation. So we know,
And
that
that's
they're not
exactly
meant
what
to
they
fly.
proposed. Like
We
some of
can
the
see
some of
that
the
a
like Velociraptor.
dinosaur-
That's exactly what they posed for them too. They said it was
But we
used for
can see
insulation,
that
not
they
flight.
have no way of using those feathers to lift their body because we can look at their bone structure.
But that's
It's
not
not
true. They can use it for insulation. It is complicated. You're
These
just
are
saying
animals
falsities.
that they're finding in the tropics. There is no need for insulation. We find
Okay,
birds.
a sloth has hair like a woolly mammoth. Woolly mammoths had long hair. Every time a woolly mammoth is depicted, they show them living in snowy conditions, but they actually didn't. They had tropical fruits in their mouth when they lied. They had when they unalived.
But the
So
sloth
they didn't need it for
uses that
insulation, and they
fur
still
for
lived
what,
in it.
Though? What does the sloth use that fur for, though?
Not insulation.
Obviously. So we have different reasons. We have hair on the top of our head. We don't use it for insulation.
So what does the sloth use his hair for?
For a lot of reasons. One is to protect against scratching because they have long
Okay, that's what
claws.
the feathers were for too. Then
No,
that's exactly what the feathers were
for
for.
them were completely non-functional because they were only
You don't know
located
that.
on their wings,
and
their wings
even
could
if
not
I
fly
grant you
yet.
that, that's the exact opposite of evolution. You're
have to
losing
grant-
information.
You have to explain away so many things. Either millions of scientists are part of a massive conspiracy.
Here we go.
or a book
Argument
with
from
a
authority
talking
again.
donkey is failed.
Argument
and failed
authority
prophecies
again.
is mythology.
And now you're going to
I'm
go to the
using
insults
Occam's
because
razor.
your logical fallacy. Can you stick to the
I
evidence?
just gave you
so
Occam's
far.
razor. That's the definition of logic.
No,
Which one makes
you're
more
using.
sense? Either millions of scientists are part of a massive conspiracy, or
All
a
right,
book
brother.
with a talking donkey
Yeah.
is
Get off my
mythology.
stage. Get off my stage. You're doing the logical fallacy. I've ended like 4 times. Stick away from the logical fallacy. That's all you got. A lot of really smart people agree with me, so therefore I win. That's not an argument. It's a logical fallacy, and yet you still want to go to it time and time again. A lot of people agree with me. Therefore I win. Very frustrating. What's up, Wild Man?
So how are you going to feed millions of species for months on end?
How am I going to feed millions of people? Who does that? Where's that at? What are you talking about? You talking about the flood?
On the picture behind you, on the image behind you, yeah.
Yeah, you think that there was millions of species in
How,
there?
how are you going to feed, or how are you going to, yeah, 2 million animal species.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't even close to that. You know how much actually it was? About 20,000.
What it was, it's what it is.
Well, you don't have to take in what it is. You got to go with the. If you're going to use this as an argument, then you got to go with the parameters that the Bible set out. You can't just make up your own parameters and say this is what it was when clearly it's not. It's
Well,
not.
I have
Bible
to
said that you
conform
only
to
had to
your
have the breath
parameters.
of life in their nostrils. That's about 6,000 original kind. The original study of this is called baryometry, right? 6,000 original kind. You had to take 2 of some, 6 of others. So roughly
You
about
want to speak?
20,000. Yes, we're having a conversation now. I
So
can't help you wrong.
how are you going to? So how are you going to feed 20,000 mammals for months on end?
You put the food out on the floor and then they come up to it and eat it.
Okay, so what's the logistics of accessing all that food? The meat. Some animals
There's no
require
meat.
live prey.
Yeah, the Bible didn't.
What about a
They didn't
lion?
give the animals permission to eat meat until they got off the ark. The Bible. You can say you don't agree with it, but you can't say the Bible doesn't teach it. The animals on the ark were vegetarians,
Well,
so
I
you
don't-
didn't
I
have to
don't-
feed them meat.
I don't give a shit about the Bible.
I know, but
I don't
I'm
care
just
what the
saying
Bible
that
says.
that's great. But
The
still,
Bible
you got to
says-
contend with the argument.
The Bible says up is down.
You still got to contend with the argument. So the animals did not eat meat. So therefore, you've been your rebuttal has been rejected. Do you got something else?
Lions can only eat plant matter to regurgitate, to use as a regurgitative.
That's not true at
buffer.
all. There's actually a lion called Little Tyke. You can look
they
this
can't-
up. It
no,
was
no,
in a
no,
zoo. Brother,
I'm talking about the African lion.
That's okay. There was a lion that lived recently in a zoo. Its name was Little Tyke. It was a vegetarian lion. What you just said is scientifically false. This has happened in recent history. The lion refused to eat meat its entire life. Look it up. The lion's name was Little Tyke. Look it up.
For a lot. So how much plant matter did that lion have to eat to survive?
It doesn't matter. It
And
ate plants. You've been
it wasn't
rebutted.
out
Now you're just
all
going to
day
another
on the
argument.
African savannah. It wasn't.
So
active
yeah, let me
all day
let me
on the
let me
African
throw
savannah
something
expending
as hard as I
calories.
can against the wall to see if it'll stick. So obviously, it would have been adolescent lions because the whole purpose of taking them on the boat was so that they could reproduce afterwards. You don't bring old lions on the ark so that when they get off they can reproduce, because clearly, if they're old, they're not going to reproduce long. So you bring adolescents, and then they're
How are you
vegetarians.
going
You've
to take
just been rebutted all the way
adolescents from a
around.
lion pride? How are you going to take adolescent lions from a lion pride? How would you do that?
Do you think Noah? Do you think Noah went out and hunted these animals, or do you think that
think they
God
had
brought them to the
AR-15s?
ark? All right, listen, brother. I don't mind. Hold on.
So the
Wait,
physiology.
Hold on. Listen to me. Hold on. I don't mind having a contentious argument. I don't, because I like for people in the comments to also be able to follow both of them. And right now, people can see how thoroughly uneducated you are in what the Bible says. You're making stuff that don't make no sense. Now you're going to say that he went and hunted them with AR-15s.
You're
The
thoroughly
conversations.
uneducated in everything else.
All right, have a good day, brother.
Bible.
I know. Have a good day. Everything that you brought up was utterly destroyed, and you just try to throw. Yeah, he went and hunted them with an AR-15. Absolutely embarrassing. What you got, brother?
I saw a documentary once that was talking about they found one of the things that they were trying to claim of the millions and millions and hundreds of millions of years and so on for the age of the earth was what they find like starfishes and stuff that you find on a beach. They found it like all the way up as much as like Everest, right?
Yeah, there's
and,
clams,
and somebody
clam shells
else
and stuff on top of Mount Everest.
Yeah, somebody said with the amount of sea sea animals and stuff that we find up there, and the just kind of how it was. So it was like Noah's flood went up about 3 miles above the Lake Everest, so the highest peaks.
Well, Mount Everest wasn't there. So the flood. Well, because I would agree that there's not enough water on the planet right now to flood Mount Everest and still the water be on the planet, clearly. So the Bible says, it says in the book of Psalms, as the water assuaged, meaning as the water went off the continents and went to the low places, that the mountains arose and the valleys sank down. And again, you can say you don't believe it, but you can't say the Bible doesn't teach it. So the Bible teaches that in the beginning, the land was founded upon the water. Clearly states this in Genesis, that there was a layer of water underneath the land. And clearly we still see that today there's more than 2 oceans worth of water still under the crust of the earth. So what happens was the land was founded, the water was underneath it. It says the fountains of the deep broke open. This is where the water continued to rise for 150 days. Then it says as the water went to the low places, the water is no longer underneath the crust of the earth to support it. Now it's on top. The crust gets heavy, it breaks. This causes the mountains to arise and the valleys to sink down. As a flood model, we can make some predictions based off of this model and say that if this happened, meaning that the water went from under the crust of the earth to on top of the crust of the earth, this caused the crust of the earth to buckle and to break and cause the mountains to shoot up and the valleys to sink down, then I would predict that the mountain ranges will follow the coastline. And you can look this up online. Just Google the mountain ranges, and it's better than like 98% of your mountain ranges follow coastlines. Meaning that as the water went to the low places, it broke off, and the mountain ranges follow the coastlines.
So the problem with this is that would put the age of everything roughly the same, and that's not what we see for any of this.
What?
Well,
like,
it depends on
like 30 feet.
When Mount St. Helens exploded, it changed the entire landscape of.
Well, hold on. It depends. When you say that things would be the same age, it depends on, like, if you're looking at these fossils, most of your fossils are the same age, and we can see this because they're finding soft tissue and DNA. So we know it is not just dinosaurs. They're finding it in things that pre-existed.
At all.
You broke up. Say it again.
Yeah.
I believe he said we don't at all.
Yeah, we're finding soft tissue and DNA. It's actually called the Lazarus experiment. I'm gonna just try to get some better signal, bro. I'm gonna mute you up just for a second. Yeah, so the Lazarus, the reason why I would say the science shows that all these fossils for the most part are the same age, that they unalived in a flood, no matter where they're found in the geologic column, is because they're able to get soft tissue in it, whether it be 100 million years old or 65 million years old. And yes, they are. I can show you. They're finding soft tissue. This is 15-year-old science, bro.
I'm talking about your
wrong.
conclusions, not the data you spend to support them.
Okay, well, we know what the degradation rates are of collagen. We know what you're sounding a lot better now, too, by the way. We know what the degradation rates of collagen is. We know what the degradation rates of DNA is. And you should not be able to find DNA in 65 million-year-old dinosaurs, or even more, 200 million-year-old bacteria.
Yeah, it takes some certain special conditions for that to exist, and it barely exists at all. But that doesn't indicate anything like a mass die-off. Yeah,
sure it does. Give me the mechanism that gets it to last for 65 million years.
I would really like you to put up your claims here so I can address them.
Can you go ahead and tell me the mechanism that gets this soft tissue to last for 65 million years, please?
I'm not going to go down your rabbit hole of pseudoscience. Post your data first.
Appreciate you. Have a good day. If you make a claim, guys, that's my rules. Rule number 1 is you have to answer questions directly. Rule number 2 is if you make a claim, you have to support the claim. You can't come in here and make a claim, state that it's true, refuse to come off of it, and then leave, right? Or you're going to leave. I'm sorry. That's what's going to happen. If you make a claim, you're going to have to support that claim. I did support my claim. They are finding dinosaur soft tissue. I literally said that we have the degradation rates in the collagen and DNA. I can give you that if you'd like. That's no problem. I can give you the scientific peer-reviewed paper of the collagen degradation rates and of the DNA degradation rates. If you have a method that gets it out to 65 million years, which, newsflash, they don't, They don't have one. You have to support that. I gave you the mechanisms. Now, if you would like me to go into farther on that about the collagen degradation rates and the DNA degradation rates, no problem, bro. I got the papers on standby. I actually have them in a file right here on my computer, so I don't have to type them. I can literally just pull them up right off of it. I can support my claim. I did support my claim. However, you stated that there is a mechanism to get it out to 65 million years, and then you refused to support that claim. Got to follow the rules, guy. All right.
I was hoping to add something to the gentleman you were speaking to previously,
sure,
about feeding the animals. In the Old Testament, he says he caused a great sleep to fall over. I think one theory that I had was that as the ark itself rose in altitude, the air became thinner, and then of course, the canary in the cage thing, their respiration rate and heart rate 7 times higher. So the sleepiness began to feel. So it was like a mild hypoxia, right? And I would love to speak to a veterinarian about it. The effects of the metabolic effects of mild hypoxia on the animals themselves.
I've heard that. Real quick question. I see. How far can we go back with DNA? JT is asking that. It depends on which calculations you want to go with. You got mitochondrial DNA, you got substitution calculations, and pedigree calculations. Really quick. Substitution calculations puts mitochondrial Eve about 250,000 years, if I'm not mistaken. But those are not testable and observable rates. That is inferred. So they're imagining how long it would take to get to this certain point. That's what that is. Look it up on your own if you're free to do that. It's called substitution calculations. And then you have what they call pedigree calculations. And again, I can give you the paper on the pedigree calculations. I think they did it in Iceland or Greenland or one of those, where they actually took tens of thousands of people and got the known mutation rates. So again, this is not testable. This is testable and observable. It's not inferred. So the substitution calculations get you out to hundreds of thousands of years. That's inferred. Then you got the testable and observable mutation rate. That actually gets mitochondrial Eve out to about 6,000 years. So testable and observable science shows us mitochondrial Eve lived about 6,000 years ago, which is clearly what the Bible says. If you want to believe that it's older than that, then you have to go to substitution calculations, which are inferred. You can't prove it. Toast Lord, what's up, man?
Hey, nothing much. How you doing?
Hanging in there, brother. Hanging in there.
Oh, same. Busted my toe yesterday, so I've been kind of bedridden. So popped by and wanted to join in real quick. Someone mentioned like the method by which I just wanted to pop in.
Sure.
You asked about the method by which soft tissues could be preserved past their usual degradation rate. That was like Maurice Schweitz's work on iron-mediated chemical fixation was the term that guy was looking for.
Yeah. You know what the first words of that abstract of that paper is?
I do not. Please inform me.
Yeah, so the paper you're referring to is called Iron Cross-Linking. You're right, it's Mary Schweitzer. The name of, and this is what I said when I have this stuff on standby, I'm ready to support it. It's called a role for iron and oxygen chemistry in preserving soft tissue cells and molecules from deep time. That's the name of the paper. The very first words of this paper, she states in the abstract, the persistence of original soft tissue in Mesozoic fossil bones is not explained by current chemical degradation models. So when people say that iron cross-linking is a method to get it out to 65 million years, when you actually go to the paper literally states that this does not fit the degradation models.
And when was that paper cited that you're quoting?
I think this was in 2016 or 6, one of those. I can't remember.
2016 or 6. I'll have to look more into that. I'm excited to dig into that.
Sure. There's another one that she done. She also co-authored this one. This one's called The Mechanisms of Soft Tissue and Proteins Preserved in Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was done in 2019. And this one's in the decision, not the abstract. In the decision of the paper, it literally states data supporting endogeny meaning original to the dinosaur, that they're saying that this soft tissue is original to the dinosaur, because some people think that it's a biofilm from bacteria, but it's not. So this is what the paper states. Data supporting endogeny has been viewed with skepticism, in part because no mechanism has been identified that could reasonably contribute to such preservation. That's just the collagen. We hadn't even got to the DNA yet. So yeah, if you Google this, Google will tell you that iron cross-linking is the method to get it out to preserve it. But when you actually go to the paper says that they say it plays a role. I'm not saying the paper's not claiming a young Earth creationist. I'm not saying that. But the paper literally states that this is not the mechanism that gets it out. They say it plays a role. They don't know what the other roles could be. So they haven't found a mechanism to get it out to 65 million years yet. That's why I wanted him to try to support that claim, so I could have the same conversation with you that I would like to have had that with him to show him that his claim is false, but I couldn't get there because he wouldn't try to support it. But I do appreciate you trying to support it, because at least we can have the conversation.
Oh, of course, yeah. No, I love digging into the actual papers and everything for it. So I'm definitely curious to dig more into that one. I do have one quick question that I would love to hear about the flood model here. So, according to the Bible, all the animals, however you define species or kinds or whatever, got onto the flood, two of a kind, male and female, and then the flood receded. Ark stopped on a mountain. I forget the name of the mountain, somewhere in the Middle East. And then all the animals came from... Yeah, Mount Ararat. There it is. I was thinking Mount Arrakis. That's obviously not it.
Right.
So then the animals dispersed from there. So my question is twofold. Number one, coming from the Ark, where are the kangaroos that were on the Ark? And where are they in between Mount Ararat and Australia? And number two, in the fossil record, why do we not see if it was a mass flood that caused a lot of the fossils? Why do they seem relatively ordered? So that was two questions.
Yeah.
So,
all right, yeah, great question. So the reason why we don't see any record of kangaroos from Mount Ararat to Australia is because we wouldn't expect to. Animals unalive today all the time, and they don't fossilize. You have to have very specific conditions to fossilize. And if I'm not mistaken, it's better than 99% of these are formed in a flood with water. Water washes sediment over it. It has to be completely buried by sediment because of oxygen still is a factor, meaning that half the animal was buried, or any part of the animal sticking out that's not buried, then the oxygen is going to allow the organisms to live, and they're just going to eat the animal away. It's no different that if you're, God forbid, your dog unalives and you bury it in your backyard, it's not going to fossilize. Just because you buried it because you hadn't cut the oxygen content off. So for these things to happen, you need flood-like conditions. It can happen in volcanic-like conditions. We see this, but most of the time, if I'm not mistaken, it's better than 90% of the time, your fossils are formed in flood-like conditions where you had rapid sediment burial, right? This causes mineralization to happen very fastly, and obviously it cuts off the oxygen content. So we wouldn't expect any fossils of kangaroos, because the ones that unalived on the way from Mount Ararat to Australia, well, macroorganisms would have eat them, obviously, and then predators would have eat them because God gave animals permission to eat meat after the ark, so then they become violent to one another, obviously. So we wouldn't expect them to fossilize, for the same reason that when the white man showed up in the Americas, they unalived millions of buffaloes, and none of them fossilized. And the reason why is because they were eaten, or predators, or microorganisms, right? So we wouldn't expect fossils. The next question is why do we see a sorting, if you will? Well, so the way that if I'm answering the wrong question, let me know. But the way that the evolutionary has them, evolution has it, is you have bacteria, crustacean, fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal, bird. And the reason why they're in that layer, it's not like that everywhere in the fossil record, but I would say on an average it's sorted out like that. But this would also fit the flood model because the animals are buried in the way that they live. So if I was to go to an aquarium right now, and let's imagine the aquarium has, in this aquarium, it has a little bit of land on the side of it so that the fish and reptiles and amphibians and stuff can get out and walk around. And I go to this aquarium, like Ripley's Aquarium, right? I go there and I start dumping sand into the aquarium, or sediment, if you will. The water's going to get displaced and spill out. Well, the animals at the very bottom are going to be the crustaceans. They're going to be at the very bottom because that's where they live. The animals above that in the next layer are going to be the fish because that's in the layer that they live. And then the animals above that are going to be the amphibians because they're partly water, partly land. So they're going to be next because that's where they live. And then on top is going to be your reptiles and your mammals. And then birds obviously is going to be at the very top because they can fly around. So clearly, that's the order they live, so that's the order they're going to be buried. So we find clams at the bottom not because they evolved first, but because that's where they live. They live at the bottom, so that's where they're going to be found. We find birds at the top not because they evolved last, but because they can fly.
So why don't we see pterosaurs in those same layers?
Well, good question. Couldn't answer that. I think the best answer for that would be I think a pterosaur could fly, but they were more gliders than flyers.
Well, yeah, same with Archaeopteryx, right? But it's in a different layer too from both of those.
Right. Well, it's not going to be perfect anywhere. Like I said, this is not uniform. It's a way that it's a, how do you say, what's the word I'm looking for? It's an average, if you will, right? So I would grant you, on an average, they're probably going to find things in this sorting in fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal, bird. I think that's probably an average, but clearly it's not like that everywhere. And I'll give you an example. The reason why they don't look at Archaeopteryx being a transitional fossil anymore is because modern birds were found in layers that were lower than Archaeopteryx. So if you had modern birds lower than if I'm not, I can't remember the exact one, but this is the reason why. You got ducks and stuff, if I'm not mistaken, that's lower than Archaeopteryx. But this is, you're free to look this up. This is the reason why they don't really contend with Archaeopteryx being a transitional fossil anymore. It's a unique fossil, but they don't really look at it as being transitional because, like I said, modern birds have been found lower than Archaeopteryx.
Do you mean, when you say modern birds, do you mean like specifically parrots, emus, kiwis, those
Maybe,
birds, or different species like tooth birds?
Parrots. I know parrots have been one. I think flamingos have been another that's been found. I know ducks have been one.
Yeah, I'd love to see. You said you had a stack of papers. I'd love to see what paper.
Well, this one right here. I'm going to be honest with you on this one. This is the first time I've been asked that question, so I wasn't ready for it. So let me look it up real quick. There is a creationist debate that I just watched the other day that talked about all the animals, but let me see if I can find it.
You know, also, I think one thing that we kind of overlook is most of human civilization is actually under the ocean now. Historical human civilization.
Let's see. Mallards, robins, eagles, sparrows. Wait, no, never mind. Hold on. That's saying the exact opposite. That's not what I was looking for. Disregard that.
I actually got to pop out, but I appreciate you looking that up for me, man.
Yeah, sorry, man. I do know that. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry. Ducks, gooses, chickens. Says ducks again. Flamingos. So I had to Google that really quickly. So I reserve the right to be wrong about some of that because I know Google's not the arbiter of truth.
But that's definitely true. All right, I'll see you, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate the conversation, dude. Next time you come up, I want to share Jesus with you, all right?
Sure, yeah. See ya.
All right, man, have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right. That's how you have an adversarial conversation, guys. You see how he come up and he instantly engaged? You see that? That's how you do that. That's how you do that. The other guy made a statement and then refused he stated that this is 65 million years old, and then outright refused to bring any evidence for it. This gentleman instantly come up and said, here's the evidence, and I was able to contend with that argument, right? I was able to contend with it. Great conversation him and I had. I didn't win the debate, I don't think he won the debate. It was a conversation. He was able to lay out his side. I was able to lay out my side. I think I did really good on the stuff I was really prepared for, like the dinosaur stuff. He asked me some questions about the birds. I'll have to be more prepared for that because I had to Google it. So maybe he did a little bit better on that. I still think that I'm correct because I was able to find it, but I wasn't as prepared. But that's how a conversation goes, right? That's how you have a conversation. That's the diametrically opposed. The first individual come up, made a claim, refused to support it. There's nothing for me to contend with if he doesn't support it. I come in, then this guy comes up, he supports the claim, we're able to have a conversation. Beautiful. Tony, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? I see you.
Man, I'm hanging in
you
there.
down there battling, man, swinging your sword, baby. I love it. I love it, man. Hope the vacation was good, bro.
It was good. Appreciate you. So. All right, guys. Let's if anybody has any additional questions or anything, right now is the time to come up. And we'll see. You know what? I just thought about this. I actually may have a picture of that. I need to look.
Have you checked out anything from like the Ken Ham stuff? Their science museum.
Hey, Will. Some guys are asking about how do you explain humans having a tailbone and us sharing similarities in DNA with apes. some guy named Aiden Casp or something. Aiden Casp.
Yeah, the Ken Ham thing. Could you hear me? I know I went off the app to look for something. Could you hear me on that real quick?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I hadn't been to the Creation Museum or the Flood Museum or the Noah's Ark. I want to go though, and when I do go, I'm going to clearly live stream it. But I do. I love Ken Ham's work. I think he's got some of the greatest minds that work for him, obviously. And Institute for Creation Research, they do a good job. I would say that there's a couple of things I disagree with on Ken Ham. In the Ark, it shows the animals in cages. I don't think the animals had to be in cages clearly, because God didn't put the fear of man on the animals until after the Ark. So there was no need for them to be in cages. They were vegetarians, so you didn't have to worry about the lion eating the lamb or the rabbit because, again, they're vegetarians. If they're in cages, it makes the work a little bit harder because you have to go to each individual cage. Now you have to remove the animal, clean out the cage, and then put the animal back in the cage. If they're not in cages, then all you have to do is just lay the food out, put the water in the trough, and then scoop the poop. That's literally all you have to do. If they're in cages, I think it complicates it. So I would have a little bit of contention with Ken Ham on that. I don't think that they had to be in cages. Clearly, that they weren't violent and they ate plants, so they didn't have to work. They didn't have to be in cages. As far as the individual asking about the coccyx or the tailbone, it's not vestigial. It has a function. It is anchor points for our reproductive organs. I know that evolution wants to teach people that it's a completely useless vestigial. It's a complete lie. It's an utter lie. They're anchor points for our reproductive organs. If you don't believe me, then you should go have your tailbone removed and see if you can still do the fun stuff that God allows us to do to make babies. You're going to have a big problem performing because those anchor points keep you grounded, if you will. So they're anchor points for our reproductive organs. They're not tails. They never were tails. They literally have a function and a use. So they're not vestigial. And even if I was to grant you that they were, let's pretend that they're vestigial. If they were vestigial, that would be the opposite of evolution. You're losing information. That's not gaining information. If you had useless body parts inside you that didn't do anything, then that's the opposite of evolution. You're clearly losing information. That's not evolution. And then what was the other one? You said something else? It was vestigial structures and something else, I think. But I forgot what else he said. No, I do know evolutionists, and the problem is I know more about evolution than most evolutionists. That's the problem, is because when you say I don't know anything about evolution, I know exactly what evolutionists teaches. Most of the times, y'all don't, and that's probably why you're in the comments and you don't want to come up here. Oh, DNA between apes and humans, yeah. So similarities proves common designer just as much as it does common ancestor. So it is true that we have similarities in our DNA, but the DNA is a coding mechanism. It tells your body how to build structures. So the DNA in me that tells my body how to build 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, ears, a hand with 5 fingers, I would expect that DNA to be identical in an ape because it builds the same structures. It has the same code because it builds the same things. That's common designer, not common ancestor. You're going to have to prove how that code came into existence. Clearly, there was a code writer. It didn't come from chemicals. You can't just get, it has information in it. You're going to have to explain how information came from non-information. No atheist has ever been able to do that. So commonalities in DNA, commonalities, I should say, in DNA proves common designer, not common ancestor. Now, there's 2 different types of DNA. You got nuclear DNA and you got mitochondrial DNA. You got lineage type DNA. So what's funny is our nuclear DNA, our DNA that tells us how to build codes and things, or build structures and things like this, it's very similar. However, our mitochondrial DNA, our lineage DNA, goes back to a human, not an ape. It goes back to a female called mitochondrial Eve, not an ape. So it's kind of funny how our similarity DNA, people want to use that to say that, well, we have the same structures over here, so therefore we have a common ancestor. But when you actually look at the lineage DNA, it goes back to a human, not an ape. So it depends on which DNA you want to look at. Our lineage type DNA goes back to a single female, which is called mitochondrial Eve. And the apes have their own mitochondrial Eve. They have, bonobos have a bonobo mitochondrial Eve. It goes back to a bonobo. And chimpanzees have one. It goes back to a chimpanzees. Gorillas have one. It goes back to a gorilla. So this is one of the evidences that I love to use for Noah's flood. It shows a bottleneck, right? People say when the animals got off the ark, this would cause a bottleneck in their genetics. Well, we clearly see that. So, yeah. So anyway, going back to the other individual who said, I don't know anything about evolution. Yeah, most of the time I know more than the evolutionists do about evolution. And that's why people like you stay in the comments, because you're too afraid to come up here and test your worth on this stage. So most evolutionists don't even know what they believe.
That's all they do, Will. That's all they do. They make their little comments in the they make their little sneer remarks in the comments, but they don't come up and actually show how much they know. Most of them just looking on ChatGPT any day. They have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And I've watched you let these guys run their mouths and say stuff. I haven't seen you mute anybody or anything, but if you go to an atheist channel or anybody else, they'll straight up mute you and just talk all over you, and then they'll kick you out and go, "Oh, he backed out. I'm so amazing."
Yeah, that's a great point. Now, I'm not above it. I try to control the live, and I will if people get out of control. But I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah, I've got plenty of videos of me going into atheist live on my channel, and the moment I go in there, I get muted. And
they don't let you talk, and then they shotgun you. They start throwing like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions at you at one time, and when you try to answer, they just talk over you because they know what you're saying is the truth.
Yeah, I had matter of fact, it's one of my more recent videos. I went into an atheist live just a couple days ago, or before I went on my vacation, so about a week ago. I went into an atheist live, and I was talking to them, and this one guy come up, and he interrupted me. Man, he interrupted me so much. And then, so towards the end of the video, I try to keep him on track, so I start to interrupt him a little bit, and instantly the panel comes out, "Creation, you got to stop talking and let other people talk." And then they mute me, and I'm like, bro, watch the video. The guy interrupted me like 50 times. In the moment I try to jump in, they mute me, and then I end up, they didn't kick me or anything, but they did mute me several times. But yeah, I really do try to. I want people to hear both sides of it. So I want both. I want, even if they're being contentious, I want people to hear that in the comments. Because if you come up here and you be silly, I'll even let it go for a while until you start breaking my rules. Because you're not hurting my feelings. You're literally showing people in the comments who's, I want them to see your argument and I want you to see my argument, and let the best argument win. And when you're up here making a fool of yourself, then I'm going to win that argument.
Yeah, Will, what's the guy? Aiden Cass says the Miller-Urey also proves that amino acids naturally form from water, ammonia, and methane.
Yeah, so amino acids are found on asteroids. The Urey-Miller experiment actually did produce amino acids. That what is that? That you got building blocks, they say. That doesn't produce life. They've never produced life. And the Urey-Miller experiment had to exclude so many different things that was in the chemical, like oxygen. Oxygen was on the prebiotic soup, if you will, but they had to exclude it because the moment you create something, it oxidizes and destroys it. Then you had to control the pH level, which wasn't done in. So you can just look up the Urey-Miller experiment. They literally got the ingredients together to make these things and then made it and said, look what we made. Well, you excluded everything that was in the chemical soup. You can't, if the chemical soup, acidic rain dissolved the rocks and created a chemical soup, then you can't exclude the things that were in the chemical soup because it would destroy your test. And that's exactly what the Urey-Miller experiment did. They excluded things that would destroy the result that they wanted. And yes, they did get amino acids. That's not life. That's amino acids. So, but that's not life. So according to them, yeah, oxygen was. So it was enough to oxidize the thing. That's why they excluded it. So, and somebody asked me why I banned somebody. I don't remember specific individuals that I banned. Some of them obviously I do, but usually I'll ban people that are either coming on my stage and causing, clearly breaking a rule, like putting pornographic stuff or cussing stuff, or being a troll, coming up and constantly just, I have people that come in and just, when they come up, they literally just go, la, 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 just trying to be, I'll ban that. And then if you're being dishonest, I've banned people who have come up, made claims that they're clearly being dishonest and or quote unquote lying about something. So I'll ban them for that. I don't know the specific individual that you're talking about, why I'd ban them, because I have to ban so many people. I had to ban 2 people from today's live, if I'm not mistaken. I know I banned one in the comments from the first time because he come up and claimed that, started making some kiddie remarks that I can't repeat on here. Clearly, I banned that individual. So yeah, I ban people a lot, but clearly I don't ban that. You can disagree with me a lot. I have several atheists that watch me religiously, that come up all the time, that are regulars, that disagree with me vehemently. I don't ban them. You're allowed to disagree with me. Clearly, I don't care that you disagree with me. But I mean, come on, you gotta have some decorum about you. You can't be cussing. You can't be posting pornographic things. If you're clearly being a troll for troll's sake, then I'm probably going to ban you for that. I don't have time for that nonsense. And if you're being dishonest, if you come up and you're lying. I had one individual that I banned because he come up and claimed that I was lying about there was talking about DNA in a fish, or it was the antifreeze protein in fish, and he claimed I can be wrong, right? I've been wrong before, guys. I'm not, I try to study as much as I can, but this is such a broad topic that I might be wrong about something. And that's why I do this. You can come up and show me that I'm wrong, and I'll be like, okay, all right, let me try to fix this, because I don't want to give false information. Off the top of my head, I said something about craters on the near side of the moon being more numerous than the far side of the moon. I was wrong about that. And so the next time I saw that individual, I called him up and apologized to him. It's like, hey, I was wrong. I thought you were wrong. I claimed you were wrong, but I was wrong. And so I apologized to that individual. But, I banned one individual one time who come up who claimed I was lying about something because he thought I was wrong. So he just claimed I was a liar. Clearly I'm not going to tolerate that stuff either. But anyway, that's kind of a long answer, but I try to host a very fair live to where everybody gets their side out. but I'm not above. I'm going to control the live. So if you think you're going to come up and be a knucklehead, then yeah, I'm not above banning you either. It's not a disputable topic, though. Well, Diesel, you're free to come up, man. I mean, you've said a lot of comments, and I've got a spot open, so you're free to come up and take a shot at the title. We'll see how you do. But I try not to engage too much in the topics or in the comments because it's kind of hard for you to be able to get your side out too. Diesel, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm just
Hanging
curious
in
to
there.
know exactly. That's good. That's good. No, I'm trying to know exactly what part of evolution you deny. Is it because I
Macro.
know you, but macro's not really like a thing, right? Like
Well, what do you
it's
mean it's
kind of
not a
like
thing?
it's not like a term that's really used other than creationist. Are you saying like broad speciation, like almost like
Yeah.
evolving out of a clay? I don't want to say evolving out of a clay, but just to kind of simplify it. Is that what you mean?
Now, say I get this all the time. So let me go. Let me get that premise first, because what we're doing is we're attacking the definition and then saying it's a creationist. The origins of the word micro and macroevolution was actually created by an evolutionary biologist in 1927. So I can give you his name was. I'm going to mess this up because it was a German name, so I'm going to spell it. It's Yuri is his first name. His last name is Filipchenko. Filipchenko. He wrote a book on evolutionary biology where he claimed that he did believe in a universal common ancestor, but he did not believe that microevolution produced enough changes to produce macroevolution, meaning one kind. So he is the first person to coin the term microevolution and macroevolution. It was actually brought to the United States in English in 1937. And it was brought to the United States by his predecessor, one of the individuals that he taught. And he wrote a book, and his name is Theodosius. I'm not even going to try to say his last name. Anyway, he's one of the fathers of modern evolution, if you will. Now, what's funny is Filipchenko, or whatever the guy's name is that I'm trying to pronounce here, when he coined the term micro and macroevolution, he is an evolutionary biologist that believes in universal common ancestor. He just didn't, he believed that there was another mechanism outside of micro. And what's funny, in 2016, he was actually proven mostly right. The evolutionary community got together in 2016 in Davos, if I'm not mistaken, and had a meeting to where they said that they needed another theory of evolution because Darwinian evolution doesn't explain the entire process. Now, the reason why I normally don't bring this up is because they didn't decide on anything. The meeting took place. Some people, mainstream evolutionists, voiced their concerns, but nothing really changed. So there wasn't really a whole lot for me to bring up. But my point is for this is evolutionists always come up and say that micro and macro is not a thing, and that creationists created this word. No, it's a thing, and evolutionists created it.
Yeah, I've never heard. That's fine, but I've never heard a biology or a teacher, or even in my biological evolutionary classes, I've never heard it. But let's just roll with it. I think you're pretty much saying that you believe that we can walk a few feet, but not walk a mile, essentially. And I've never understood why is that problematic. If you believe in small changes, but you don't believe small changes could lead to something larger, I don't get why that's problematic.
Because one of them's testable and observable. Micro's testable and observable. Macro is 100% inferred. And given the timescales, we should be able to see it. You should be able to give me one example of genetic information gain that's testable and observable that's not inferred. That's all I'm asking, is just one.
Right, but inference means that there's evidence and reasoning behind it. Like, it makes sense. It's not just like sort of assumption, right?
Right. You can say that but we can look at the same evidence and come to two different conclusions. So I would agree that, I'm not saying that there's this big conspiracy and that some people look at the evidence and they come to this conclusion. I look at the same evidence and I come to the opposite conclusion. So what we should do is we should use evidence that's testable and observable that's not inferred. If I show you microevolution, if I take two dogs and hey, what's up, brother? If I take two dogs, okay, thank you. So if I take two dogs that have long hair and I take that trait of extra long hair, and I encourage that, I can show you in real time how I can breed a dog that has extremely long hair. Or I can do the exact opposite and show you how I can breed a dog that has extremely short hair. That's testable and observable. There's no inference in that. I can show it to you. You should be able to do this with genetic information gain on macroevolution. If it's true, then you should be able to give me an example of genetic information gain that's testable and observable that's not inferred.
Okay, so question. So I'll give an example because I know that the dolphins and the fossils with the Pakicetus, the different species of Pakicetus, Rhodocetus, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of creationists will argue, well, you know, the structures and the involucrum, it doesn't really mean anything. It's like, okay, fine. Let's pretend that the skulls and all these other the vestigial structures, quote unquote, don't mean much. Why do dolphins and other whales have inactive genes for smelling on land?
Well, they're not inactive genes. So these genes, what they call de novo genes, are usually they're coding at the beginning. And then, like, for example, the humans have the same gene that monkeys have for the tail. In us, it creates a coccyx. In them, it creates a tail. And so evolutionists will say that we have this de novo gene that's in humans and that it used to create a tail. But no, in us, it has a function. It's only active during our embryonic stages. So it's active during our embryonic stages, and then it becomes de novo after that. So it was useful.
That doesn't answer that.
And then now
part,
it's de novo.
Right, but that doesn't answer the part that it's a pseudo gene for smelling on land, and it's inactive. They can't use it. We know that it's for smelling on land. So why would
I would contend with that and say that's not true.
You can't just, but you have to. So what would it be then? If it's not an inactive gene for smelling on land, which we've confirmed it to be that, then what exactly is it, and why would an aquatic mammal have that gene that they can't use?
What's the gene you're talking about here?
I'd have to find it. I don't know at the top. Let me look it up.
You said dolphins have it?
Yeah, let me look up the name of it.
I'll try to look it up too, see if we can find it. Dolphin gene smelling on land, you mean? Well, the dolphins have a gene needed for digital sense of smell. The answer is that most dolphins have lost many of those genes. Smell, let's see. And mammals smelling airborne odors.
Tony, come on, what? What?
No, I'm saying you brought it. You brought up the evidence. You brought up the point, but you don't remember what it is. You don't have.
No, I don't remember the name of the gene. I mean that's not really the point. It exists. I don't know the name of the gene off the bat. No.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can find it also. Not finding a whole lot on it.
If you don't mind me asking, can I ask what we were talking about?
Yeah, evolution is false. The flood was real, and pre-tribulation isn't biblical.
So we're talking about. So you're saying that when Earth was flooded and Noah had to build an ark, that was real.
Yep.
Cool. I agree with you. Plain and simple, it is real.
He's answering Diesel's question now about dolphins. A certain gene.
Yeah, I mean, it's whales as a whole.
That's a good question. Because
now that creationist research point out the DNA regions labeled for is not useless. Some formal junk DNA regions are later been found to have regulatory roles. Therefore, so again, if you're talking about this gene.
I can't use creationist website to say anything. I need a scientific something because creationists just say a whole bunch of stuff. Institute and all those.
Brother, we're having this debate. I am a creationist, so you have to. I use your science. You can't come in here and say I'm not going to trust your argument. If you want to do that, then that's fine. But the conversation's over. Then you're talking to a creationist. So you have to contend with the argument.
But that's not right. But if it's not a scientific paper that they can provide, then it doesn't count as science.
Yes.
Wait, just real quick.
Contend with the argument, brother. You got to contend with the argument. You can't say that I don't believe you because of your religious viewpoint. You have to contend with the argument. That's what you're doing.
I am.
Okay. Well,
I'm asking for a paper, though. I'm asking for a scientific peer-reviewed paper because.
Well, you
like
hadn't
you
even
said,
brought me anything I can look up
right?
yet. You haven't contended with you just come in here and I'm doing the best that I can to help you with your argument. It's your argument. It don't sound like you're ready for it.
No,
I'm sitting here
asking
literally
you
trying
why
to
they
have a
have an inactive
conversation.
gene.
Brother, hold on a second. But you haven't told me what the gene is. I'm doing my own research on this to try to contend with an argument that you haven't brought me.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying.
I mean, you what do you need? You just
Any
want the,
argument
want
that
the
I
gene.
bring up,
Okay,
I
give me 1
promise you,
second.
if I bring it up,
I'll
I'm
find
ready
the
to
gene.
contend
Gotcha.
with it.
Okay, let me
Now
find the
you're
name of the gene.
now you're just going to find it and you're going to Google it. So now I'm just arguing with Google.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the gene. No, I have papers.
Okay, well then you
I can
probably
send
should have been
papers.
ready. This is
Brother,
why I
you got-
say
you
when I
can't-
talk to
I can send you
evolutionists, I'm more
papers.
ready than they are.
Brother, when you bring up something, you gotta back it up. You just can't say, "Oh well, this or this and that." You gotta bring.
But Tony,
correct.
he acknowledges that it exists, so we
Diesel,
understand my argument
hear me
has
out.
foundation because it exists.
Hear me
Just
out.
because I don't know
Diesel.
the name of
I
the
don't-
gene.
Hear me
I'm just
out.
telling Tony. I'm just telling Tony.
I got you. But talk to me. I don't care that you might not know it and that you have to look it up. That's cool with me, man. I was like, I don't got no problem with it. I was even going to help you. The problem that I got though is the moment that I'm like, okay, let me see what he's talking about. The moment I look it up and say, okay, if this is he talking about whatever this smell gene is, let me see if there's an answer to this on the creationist side because clearly I don't know what you're talking about. So I got to look it up. The moment I bring up creation, he's like, no, I'm not accepting it. Come on, bro. You're not ready. I am.
Well, no,
if I
because
bring up
the
a topic,
thing
I'm ready
is,
to defend it.
Right, but you have to defend it with the scientific. If we're arguing science, like you said,
Okay.
we want to stick
So
to
let me
the
get this
science.
straight. You're allowed
So
to
let's
use
just do the
Google.
science.
You're allowed to
give me
use Google.
science.
Okay. Yeah. I appreciate you coming, man, but I'm just going to move on. Okay. This is why I say that I kick people or I knock people because now you're just being dishonest. You're allowed to use Google in an effort to try to support your argument that you're not ready for. But if I do the same, you got a double standard. You can't do that. That's utterly ridiculous. You're not being honest. You're not an honest person.
Sound like a Democrat.
If you were, you come up here. I'll get to you. Let me land this plane right here.
Yes, sir.
You come up here. You're not ready to defend your argument, so you have to Google it. I do the same thing because I don't know what you're doing. I Google it to see if there was a response to this, and the moment I bring it up, you're like, nope, can't do that. Got to use this scientifically peer-reviewed paper. You haven't even given me anything I contend with. I do that. I use scientifically peer-reviewed paper on the stuff that I argue, like dinosaur DNA and things like this. This is your argument, bro. All right, brother, I apologize. What you got?
So I have a quick question. You're probably gonna laugh at it because it's a little joke. But why does it look like you got dinosaurs coming off the ark?
That's because they come off the ark.
Oh, so you think there was dinosaurs and when Noah's Ark happened?
Yeah, they're in the book of Job. So obviously God couldn't describe. Yeah, it says Job 40 chapter 40 verse 15. It says, "Behold now Behemoth," and
see, I didn't know that. I didn't know
it describes
that there
theropod
was...
dinosaur.
I did not know that. I thought dinosaurs were extinct by then.
Nah, they live with man.
Wow, that's cool. That's actually really cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, sure. So some of the things that show that dinosaurs are young. Now, hey, Diesel, check this out. Watch how this is done. I'm going to show you how this is done, right? This is how you're supposed to do it. So some of the evidences that I'm going to present to you that show you that dinosaurs did not live 65 million years ago. There's a peer-reviewed scientific paper called Iron Cross-Linking, right? Which, are you aware that they're finding soft tissue and DNA in dinosaur bones? If not, I can show you that real quick.
Are you asking
he's
me?
in the red.
Yeah. Diesel couldn't remember, and then he didn't even try to look it up and see if he could find it.
Yeah, so
that's funny.
I'll use DNA as an example because I don't know how much you know. So it says, let's see, the evidence of proteins, chromosomes, and chemical markers of DNA in exquisitely preserved dinosaur cartilage. This was done in 2020. This is how you actually do this. I'm ready for the argument. I've got the paper. I'm ready to go. So the name of the paper, again, is Evidence of Proteins, Chromosomes, and Chemical Markers of DNA in Exquisitely Preserved Dinosaur Cartilage. This was done in 2020. And long story short, they take two chemical markers that attach to DNA And if it attaches to DNA, then obviously the chemical lights up like a black light or something like that, right? And so this is 2 different chemical markers that they've done this with now, and it shows that there is DNA inside this dinosaur soft tissue. So we know what the half-lives of dinosaurs is, or excuse me, half-lives of DNA is. Excuse me, I said that wrong. We know what the half-life of DNA is. And if you don't know that, let me go to that paper. All right, so the half-life of DNA in bone, measuring decay kinetics in 158 dated fossils. That is the name of the scientifically peer-reviewed paper that gives you the degradation rates of DNA. Long story short, it's about 521 years for the half-life of DNA. So we know what the DNA degradation rate is. In other words, it goes from a half, then it goes to a quarter, then it goes to an eighth, and a 16th, and a 32nd, and a 64th, and it keeps going on. So they should not be able to find any measurable amounts of DNA in anything over 6 million years old. And the fact that they're finding DNA in dinosaur fossils shows that the dinosaurs clearly did not live 65 million years ago.
So yeah, I did my dinosaurs were extinct 66 million years before the Ark was built.
Yeah, that's not possible. If they
But they're finding
unalived,
bones and DNA in things.
they're finding soft tissue and DNA in the dinosaurs, which show that they're not 65 million years old.
Wow. This is an interesting topic. I don't think you understand.
Thank you, man. Ida, homie, what's up?
How you doing?
Hanging in there, brother.
You
What you got?
well, I don't understand the belief in that book, dude. Like, I've been around for a while. I've been through all the religions, and the stuff in there, like paint blood above your doorway or I'm gonna kill your kids. Some of the stuff is just wrong, bro.
Does it hurt your feelings?
No, because
Was God mean? Do you need a? But I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a therapist, right? So I don't do the
then don't
emotional
say that it
argument
hurt my
stuff.
feelings and treat me like a child if you're not a therapist. Grow
Well,
up
then
and
don't
talk to
come
me
up
like-
here with
talk
the
to me like a
emotional
man.
crybaby
Talk
arguments.
to me like a man.
I'm talking to you like a man.
No,
Don't come to my
no,
live with the
you're not.
crybaby emotional arguments. God unalived poor babies and planted bud. Give me a scientific argument I can contend with and not a crybaby argument. You can go do it in somebody else's live. I don't have
sounds
the room
butthurt.
to soak up the crybaby tears in here.
Yeah, he's butthurt. He's butthurt.
Even if God calls you to paint blood over the door, or He was going to
crybaby
unalive
tears
your
are
babies, that does
literally
not
the reason
disprove
you're
God. It
doing
just
this.
means you don't like Him.
Bro,
It just means you
bro.
don't like Him. It doesn't disprove
what
God.
does that have to
So
do
bring
with
me an
5,000
argument that's not an
BT?
emotion. I got it. I got
Okay,
you, Tony.
go.
I got you.
Yeah,
Bring
he's
me
very
an
emotional
argument
right
that's
now.
not.
Calm down, buddy.
That's. I know it hurts your feelings. Don't bring me an argument that's not an emotional fallacy. I don't want to hear God man mean. I don't care for that. That's me talking to you like a man. Do you have an argument that I can contend with and not God made me feel bad? You got
There's
something
more-
I can contend
There's
with?
more proof that evolution is real than there is that it's false. There's more proof
Okay,
that
what you got?
evolution exists. What you got?
Okay,
Have
what
you
you
not-
got?
Have you been through the education
He
system,
probably
my
got
friend?
Chat GPT.
That's not. It's not an argument, brother. If you got you said it's there's more evidence, then sure,
12
bring me
years of
some of it.
education. Did you receive the same education I did?
Brother, do you know what a logical fallacy is? Because all you're doing so far is now just these, you're saying that there's this evidence out there. The moment I ask for it, you're like, oh man, you go to school? It's not an
want me to
argument.
Point at the painting on the wall. Okay. all
Do
right,
you,
No, I'm happy to teach
do you have an
if
argument
you
or do
need-
you just want to
if
come
you
back
need
and
to
watch
be
the clip
learned.
back? Because you're definitely going to make my clips.
If you can
No,
calm down a little bit,
let him talk. Let him
regulate
talk.
your
He's gonna
emotions
make
here.
himself look dumb. Let him talk. He'll
he's
make
already-
himself
he's done
look
I'm
that.
going to be okay. I'm not attacking you. It's okay, buddy. You're all right.
All right, I'm fine. Do you got any evidence?
Yes, lots.
Give me one.
Thumbs.
I'll tell you what. Let me give you
What about
two.
thumbs?
Let me give you two.
Hold
You've
on,
got
Tommy. Hold
mitochondria.
on. Thank you, Tommy. Wait 1 second. So what about thumbs?
They come from primates
How do you know that they come from primates?
because primates still have them to this day.
Okay, so God made primates with thumbs. He made us with thumbs. That proves common designer, not common ancestor.
There were no other animals have thumbs on this planet.
So God made us with thumbs. He made them with thumbs. That doesn't prove common ancestor. It proves common designer.
Next.
Yeah. There's a lot of animals that have.
All right, let me show you. Let me show you a comparative analysis. Let me show you a comparative analysis, homie. I got you right here. Because what you just said is that,
that one, bud?
Apes
Lancelot
have,
Link, Secret Chimp.
And a lot of animals have thumbs besides apes and
The Bibble Thumpers. You guys are hilarious, dude.
I got you. Hold on, man. Let me help you out here. So I'm going to show you the exact same thing you just did.
Nice
now, this
silver
is exactly
spoon, bud.
Silver spoon.
Hold on. Follow me here. So you said because apes have thumbs and we have thumbs, therefore we have a common ancestor. That's comparative analysis. So I was in, I have like a little cliff in my yard, right? And I was in my yard and I went to this cliff side of my yard, and at the very bottom layer, I found this spoon. And I dated it to be 65 million years old because it's clearly at the bottom. And then I went up to the next layer.
No, you date things by carbon dating. Scientific method in carbon dating. You can't just.
You're not listening. I'll get you that. They actually date things by the geologic column, or you can use radiometric dating. Carbon dating only goes out to 50,000 years. So the fact that I said that this is 65 million years old and you said they use carbon dating, you're wrong again. Okay. So they do use radiometric dating, but not carbon. Carbon only goes out to 15. How many times can you be
I'm
wrong?
wrong and not prove your dude? Carbon dating goes back much further than 55,000 years.
Okay, I'll show you. But first, let me get through this. So this right here was 65 million years old, and then I found this one in the next layer up.
Stop lying.
Get off my stage. Yeah, get off my stage. I can't land it. But let me show you guys, since y'all are willing to listen.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. The spoons look really cool. Those look like they're pure silver.
It's comparative analysis. So here, this you can see through time that this spoon actually started getting nodules in it. And this spoon evolved. And then I went to the next layer, and guess what? Oh, we can see now that the ridges got deeper, but you can tell by the bottom that these are clearly the same species. Right?
So
this is the same species.
Erosion, pretty much.
Right? This is clearly evolution. This one's 65 million years old, and it was found at the bottom. And because this was found closer to the top, this one clearly evolved from that one. You can see it slowly over time. You can see the ridges are not as thick right here, and here they are. But hold on, I found one more.
I have something that'll help your next debate. I have something that'll help your next debate.
You're very good. Thanks, Tommy. I don't know why y'all cannot just let me land this plane. It's really ridiculous. It wouldn't take as long if y'all would just let me land it. Now you can see the final product of evolution. It's actually gained an extra prong right here, and it's in its final stage of evolution. Now, clearly, I'm being semantic, but this is comparative analysis. This is exactly what you evolutionists do when you use the bones. When you use the geologic column and you use the fossil record, you literally find something lower that looks like it might be something on top. So therefore, the thing on top had to come from the something that's lower just because there's certain attributes about them that look similar. Now, clearly, the fork did not evolve from the spoon. It was clearly designed. All right, Tommy, what do you got, man?
Okay, look, bud, I gotta go, but there's a simple counter. You see, a giraffe could not evolve, and mitochondria could not evolve. A giraffe has a flap in his heart because his neck is so long. If he didn't have the flap, when a giraffe raises his head, his heart will explode. Mitochondria, people wouldn't even be here. We couldn't have evolved because there's a three-part motor that spins and propels it around the body that could not have evolved. Those two things couldn't evolve. So next time, I got to go, bud. I didn't mean to be rude.
Thanks, man.
But that
I got
stuff is ridiculous. Sorry.
Thank you, man. I think he meant flagellum. I think he was talking about the motor in the flagellum. Mitochondrial. I don't know what he's talking about it having a motor. I think he meant flagellum. But well, all right. That last guy, he was fun. He was fun. So sometimes they are fun to argue with. Yeah. So
did you find those spoons like actually in the mountains? Besides the last board.
No, I literally chat GPT'd that and told it to make me an image of a silver spoon, and then told it to make me an image of a silver spork, and then a salad fork, and then a fork, and then I put them all together. So that's literally just an AI image.
Well, I like how you used that as your example of evolution. I think that's a good example.
Thank you, man. I can't take credit for it, though. It's actually Kent Hovind. I seen him do it. Now his presentation is a little bit different than I dressed it up a little bit, but yeah, I can't take credit for it. I seen him do that, and I was like, yeah, that's actually a good a good analogy. So I stole it from him.
Can I ask you this? What is the evolution of spoons and forks or whatever have to do with the evolution of animals?
I'm showing you a comparative analysis, right?
Got it.
So
Okay.
if you're looking at a bone in the bottom of the layer and you're comparing it to a bone at the top, and because they have similar attributes, like apes have hands and we have hands, and then therefore you came to the conclusion that because we have hands, we have a universal common ancestor. I'm showing you that if I was to find a spoon at the bottom and a fork at the top and a spork and a salad fork in between layers, that did not prove that they evolved, because clearly the fork was designed and it did not evolve from the spoon.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's up, man? You got anything on the topic? TV?
I don't know. I really came in here because I was in a live with Tony a couple hours ago, and I like having conversations with him and the people that he joins because y'all bring up good topics.
Well, I'm getting towards the end of my life, so I don't mind letting up a little some Christians, but I will let you know that when I first start, at least for the first couple hours, I try to keep it not that many Christians on the panels, because I don't want that many. I don't want atheists to come in and think that we're outnumbering them. But I don't want to not keep Christians out of my live either. I like Tony. He goes hard in the paint, so it's just early in the live I kind of exclude them, but as I'm getting towards the end, then I let them up too, so that they can ask questions and
Can I ask you?
encourage me.
Let me ask you this: what proof did you find or evidence that showed that dinosaurs were on the ark? Because from what I've seen in the movies I've seen, there's no dinosaurs whatsoever.
Yeah, so, well, when you say proof, I think I would stick away from that word, because that's like an absolute. I think we look at evidence, right? And then people draw their own conclusions from the evidence, because technically, scientifically, I couldn't prove that you or I existed, right? You might be having a dream, and I could be a figment of your imagination. So I would say evidence. The evidence of the dinosaurs got on the ark. Well, one is Behemoth, right? That's the book of Job talks about Behemoth. Behemoth is a sauropod dinosaur. There's nothing else that could fit. It says, "Behold, now Behemoth he eateth the grass as an ox." Long story short, it says that he's the chief of the ways of God. He can drink up a river. He's so the strength is in the navel of his belly. His bones are like strong pieces of iron and brass, and his tail sways as a cedar tree. It compares his tail to as big as a cedar tree, and the cedar trees of Lebanon are literally some of the biggest trees in the world, especially at the time this was written.
Yeah.
So the only animal that fits this description is literally a sauropod dinosaur. And Job is a post-flood book. And God said, "Behold now Behemoth." So clearly Job had to behold him, so it's something that he could see. So unless you're going to make an argument that God made images appear before him, which I doubt, that when God was saying, "Behold this animal," it's something that Job could behold, and that implies that it was clearly, it had to come off the ark, because, if they'd all unalived in the flood and none of them got on the ark, then Job couldn't behold it.
Got it.
So that's one reason. The second reason is that we would imagine, I would make some predictions. Now this just starts to get off into the cryptozoology stuff, so I couldn't prove this, but I do think it's telling about how you notice that every depiction of a dinosaur, like Mokele and Mbembe, right? Or the Loch Ness Monster, any things like this. Any depiction of these quote-unquote dinosaur-type animals are always dwarf versions of themselves. When you go talk to the pygmy people of the aboriginal, not the pygmy people of the Amazon jungle, right? And they talk about Mokele and Mbembe. Mokele and Mbembe is like an apatosaurus. It's a four-legged, long-necked, long-tailed dinosaur. But it is a dwarf version of itself. It's about the size of an elephant today, right? and they say that it lives in this certain part of the water. They do not describe this as a legend because they even have methods for hunting it. There's a specific flower that you have to pick and let rot in an effort to try to attract Mokele and Bimbe. And then you have the Spanish conquistadors or whatever coming over, and they describe it coming out of the water. They took sketches of it. They even took sketches of the feet imprints, and it talks about how they shot it like 15 times and they still couldn't kill it. It talks about taking like 15 balls. Back then you had to put the ball down in and pack the powder and all that stuff. So they said that it took something like 15 balls and they still wasn't able to unalive it. And anyway, long story short, whenever they describe these dinosaur type animals now, they're always depicted as dwarf versions of themselves. This is what we would expect in a post-flood world. The dinosaurs, if you brought back Brachiosaurus today, like Jurassic Park, the Brachiosaurus would not get as big as it once did unless you put it in a hyperbaric chamber, because the earth, the conditions now would not allow it to get that big. It couldn't breathe enough oxygen in to oxygenate its blood because it's just too big. So that's why it's a dwarf version of itself. And this is, even the evolutionists will contend this, in the pre-flood or history, if you will, and even in evolutionary terms, the atmosphere had a lot more oxygen content and it caused gigantism. This is why you see centipedes that are 8 foot long. This is why you see dragonflies that are a foot long, and today they get this big. Is because the pre-flood world had hyperbaric-like conditions that caused animals to get extremely, extremely large. So if you could bring back the Brachiosaurus today, it would be a dwarf version of itself. So I do find it very convincing that whenever you hear of a crypto animal that is described as a dinosaur, they're never described as big as they once were. They're always dwarf versions of themselves.
Got it. Well, I appreciate you explaining that to me and
yeah, man,
sharing your evidence on it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I don't think I can believe it. Like, just in my mind, and what I know and what I've been taught and what I've read, I don't think dinosaurs were a part of time then. I don't know why. I just think it wasn't. And that's my opinion. That's my opinion. I'm not saying you're right and I'm wrong, but
I got you, man. I present the evidence. You're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. I just present the evidence.
Understood. Well, you got good evidence on it, but
thanks, man.
I just don't think it's true.
Okay.
It's not that I don't want to believe it, but like because it
is true. From it is true. If you go back and read Job 38. It explains what it is. It explains in detail. So it's no confusion there. And then God says that He made him with you. He created him with man. He was created with man. So there's no confusion there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you're a Christian, you believe the word of God, then you gotta say, okay, this must be, accurate.
Got it. All right.
Is it Johnny Ork or John York?
Well, I hope y'all have a great day. I'm gonna go.
All right, brother.
I gotta go do some stuff. I appreciate you talking to me, man. It was a good conversation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was. God bless.
You too.
Joan York or Johnny Ork? 51. What's up, man? Going once. Going twice. Sold. All right, guys. If anybody has any additional questions, I'm probably getting ready to close her out. So if you have any additional questions or anything you want to ask or contentions you want to make, now would be the time.
Hey, please address Diesel, man. He's still yapping in the comments.
Diesel, come on, man. I don't mind like you having a contention against me. I invited you up the first time. I haven't like blocked you or anything, but come on, man. You had a double standard.
Yep.
Right.
He said the name. He finally posted it. He said it was CNGA. When I looked up CNGA, it's the Colorado Nursery and Greenhouse Association.
I might be able to look up, let's see, CNGA gene.
Oh, that was funny, man.
Involved in sensory signaling. CNGA genes are small. Okay. Are they dolphins? See, this is what I don't mind, but the problem is because I don't know what you're talking about. I got to Google it, and then you don't. You don't allow me to Google it.
Yeah, no, he put in CNGA but left out the 2. That's what he did, and then he tried to be slick about it.
Dolphins have generally reduced sense of smell because of their overall olfactory charge. Dolphins still have DNA sequences that may contain a small pathway, but their receptors gene family has undergone major changes. Okay, so much yes, okay, what do they do in dolphins? All right, so it says, and this is not a creation of this website. I just have to Google this again. I'd like to have you up here so that I could engage you with it, but the problem is you don't like me to Google things when you're allowed to. It says I'm free to be wrong about this because this is Google, and Google's not the arbiter of truth, but because you couldn't bring the argument, I literally have to Google it. It says in dolphins, CNGA genes, especially the CNGA2, are involved in sensory cell signaling. But their exact role in dolphins is different from the many land animals because dolphins have a generally reduced sense of smell. So it's when you said it's not functional, that's not true. It is functional. They have a reduced sense of smell, not no smell. So that's not. It's not vestigial and it's not functionless. In mammals, they rely heavily on smell, odor molecules, a chemical signal pathway activities, What does the CAGA do in dolphins? Dolphins still carry the C2G genes, but their system is reduced. Yeah, so it's reduced. It's not just because I would imagine a dolphin doesn't need a sense of smell as much as a dog does, but that doesn't mean that it's useless. So when you said that it doesn't have a function anymore, that's factually inaccurate. It does have a function, and literally it's a reduced function from a dog, but that doesn't imply that it's useless. So, and it doesn't work in, yes, it does. It does work in dolphins. It does work in dolphins.
What is this whole argument about that gene? What is he trying to say?
I think he's wanting to do a vestigial, he sounds like he's doing a vestigial structure argument, meaning that this used to be in mammals, and they have a CNG2A gene. In them, it causes a receptor that allows them to smell. And he's saying that they don't work in dolphins, but that's not true. It does work in dolphins. It's smaller in dolphins, but that doesn't mean that it come from a mammal, a land-dwelling mammal, right? It still works in dolphins. It still has a function. So it's not vestigial. That's just inaccurate, brother.
So he just begging a question? Or is that what
well, I mean, the problem that I'm having with him now is I'm debating. I'm literally just debating Google now, not him. So that's why I like.
I think he heard about it from somebody. He didn't really know how to really talk about it intelligently. He just heard it from somebody, and then he looked it up real quick. That's why he couldn't know. He didn't know the actual information.
Yeah. So no, I can't pull my camera around and show my screen because TikTok bans me for that. I used to do that with the Mary Schweitzer videos, but it bans me for that now. So if you believe me or don't believe me, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Anytime I turn my camera around and show them, I can show you stuff that I've made, like pictures, like the spoon stuff. That's not a problem. But if I show you Google or anything like that, it literally restricts my life. So yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's not functionless, brother. It's not vestigial. It actually has a function. It's reduced in dolphins, but that doesn't mean that it came from land-dwelling mammals. Just because it still smells. A dolphin still has the ability to smell. All right, you're just saying it doesn't work, but that's my problem now is, look, so anybody that comes up here, I don't expect everybody to be, when we're having a conversation, there are things that, I don't mind you pulling up and Googling, but you got to allow me the same thing, right? You have to allow me the same thing. What's up, Wild Man?
Hello, man.
Visual. Yeah, how you doing?
What big goes on, man?
What you got, brother?
I was just looking at that picture you got back there. I mean, all them animals going in there.
I didn't recognize. Now I recognize you. You changed your name on me.
I did. I changed from just thinking to this. Let me ask you something. How much food would you think they had to keep on that boat? You had carnivores and herbivores, and did they just stop
just thinking, brother. Now
What?
How many times have I answered this very question to you? How many times can you ask the same question
I don't know
and
if you
expect
did.
a different answer?
What
Come on, bro.
God. No, I'm serious.
This is literally the same question you ask me every time. I've talked to you 15 times. This is the only question you ask.
Okay, let me say something else. Let me go to another thing. Okay, you don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer.
I can answer it. It gets kind of old for me to answer to you the same question all the time.
Okay. Well, okay. What race was the 8 people that was on there? What say nationality or color were they?
I'd probably say they was darker than I am and lighter than a African.
Okay, so when those 8 people got out there and they repopulated the planet, where do all these other different races come from?
You can do this with genetics. It's actually simple. It's like capital A. You can do this, and they teach this in like the 4th grade or something. Like you can do this with eye color too. It's just a brown. Hold on, let me finish answering your question. A brown person is able to produce, like I said, darker than me but lighter than an African. They can produce all the shades. They can produce 2 capital A's, which will be really dark, or they can produce 2 lowercase b's, which will be really light. So they have the ability to create all of the skin tones already within them.
Okay, let me ask you this right here now. Let's go back to Adam and Eve, where Cain slew Abel, right? He unalived his brother, right? Then he was kicked out of the town. Now, hold on here. Wouldn't they the only ones that claimed that Adam and Eve, and then them 2 sons, I don't know if they said anybody else. He was created first, and then Eve, and then they had them kids. Well, then they sent him to another town, or kicked him out, made him a
Brother,
vagabond,
that is like the
curse, or whatever.
easiest. That's the easiest thing.
Hold up, let me finish. Let me finish, cuz. And then he went to this other town and had a wife and raised kids and stuff. Well, I thought they were the only ones on the planet. So
where does it say they were the only ones? What was
You can't be
I mean,
serious.
God,
like
listen.
talking snakes
That's
and talking
why
donkeys,
did they?
you know.
Here we go. That's your second argument. Talking snakes and talking donkeys, and I answer that. So this is your playbook. You come up, you ask about the question about the food on the ark, and then you always go to the talking donkeys and talking snakes. So I've answered the talking donkeys and talking snakes with you 15 times also, and
Okay,
you know
answer
this
the
right
other
here.
one.
This wait,
answer
oh,
the
what?
question.
Nope, no, hold on. You know what's getting ready to. Nope. You know what's getting ready to happen because
Yeah,
I
you
do
gonna
this
get
with
me
you
because you can't
every
answer.
time. Nope, I'm
Yeah,
going to
you gonna
answer
get
it.
me
But
because you
before
can't
I.
answer.
Come on, brother, pay attention. So you brought up the talking snakes and talking donkeys. So just like I always do, here's what is my answer for that every time. If you can answer that, I promise you I'll complete the
Man, I
conversation.
really-
But if you can't, I know you're not listening.
Cuz, be honest with you, you say, I don't know, because you never can give
Okay.
a right answer. You know what
So
I
you
mean?
know,
I know
I can't give a right answer. I'm not asking you if you believe it's correct. I'm asking you to still man my position, which means if you're listening, you know what I believe. Let me give you an example. And you correct me if I'm wrong, but do you know how I know? Because I've listened to your conversations, because when you tell me things, I actually listen. Like, do you know, you say that I believe in talking snakes and talking donkeys, and that's absurd. You believe in getting answers from a she goddess from a talking rock. In other words, when you want to get an answer, you tie a string, you have a string, you tie it to a rock. Wait. And if it goes up and down this way, your answer is yes. If it goes left and right, your answer is no. Now, I didn't want to misrepresent you, but that's what you believe, right?
No, you misunderstand me. No. I
Okay.
can do that.
How do you get
with the rock? It's not a rock. It's a weight on it. Damn it. But
It's
what
a
it is,
wake. I'm sorry.
If I'm fixing to take a spiritual message, okay,
Mhm.
here's where me and you differ on things. Now, don't get me wrong. I was brainwashed and indoctrinated just like you were with that book.
I know, but now you believe in talking weights. So yeah,
Yes.
we're
Yes.
we're
It's better
different
than
types of
believing in
brainwashing and
talking snakes and
indoctrination.
donkeys. But
I
let
don't
me
know.
say-
I think a donkey talking over a rock would be more plausible.
So anyway, I take the channeled messages, man, because I honestly
Mhm.
believe if you believe in the angels, like I say, I do believe there's truth in the book. I didn't say it's all bad, that all of it
Mhm.
was false, but I
Right.
believe those angels had parents like me and you did. I don't think God just blew some kind of damn angel, heaven dust, and then they were created like that.
Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that from?
So
From inside where you need to be getting instead of a book that you can't prove who wrote it.
from the
You and I
inside.
witnessed
So
those stories.
hold on.
Did God
Hold
write
on.
the did God write the Ten Commandments?
I got it. Hold on.
Did God
So
write the ten?
let me get.
I mean, did you see him
write
write
the Ten
it?
Commandments? Did he write
Did
the
you
Ten
see
Commandments?
him write? Did you see
Guys.
him write it?
Did you see
Tell me that.
Shakespeare write what he wrote?
Hold on,
Hell,
Tony.
I didn't. I can't prove he
Did you
done it.
see Shakespeare write what he wrote?
Tony, you're not
Absolutely
gonna you're not gonna get nowhere. I've had this same conversation with him 15 times.
You can't prove it.
Guys,
Exactly.
guys.
You can't
All
prove
right,
shit,
so
man.
hold on.
Go ahead.
Come on, brother. Let's keep the language. So you know,
All right,
I don't
I'll
want
keep
any
it- I'll
children
keep it-
listening to
I'll keep it
this.
up. Sorry about that.
All right. So when the donkey talked in the Bible, there was clearly an angel in front of it. So clearly the angel was talking through the donkey. And then when the snake talked, it's clearly because Satan took the form of the snake. That's why the snake was punished, because it allowed Satan in it. This is clearly what the Christians teach and believe. Now, so we believe that an angel talked through this, the angel being Satan talked through the snake, and then the angel in front of the donkey talking through the donkey. So we don't believe that the donkey talked by itself, and we don't believe that the snake talked by itself without the angel or the angelic being literally causing that to happen. However, you do believe that you can tie a weight to a string and get an answer from a voice that inside yourself is... So and I don't say that because I've never brought it up to be condescending to you. But when you come in
Well, that
here and you
sounds
act
like
like
it,
you're
but
going to
go
throw
ahead.
rocks, but yet you get answers from a rock on the end of a string, brother, I think mine
not a
makes
rock,
more
it's a
sense than
weight.
yours. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, it's not a rock; it's a weight. I apologize.
okay.
Yeah,
like I
I'm sorry.
say,
I didn't mean to make fun of your God. The weight.
But let me ask you something. Now, who was there to witness, first of all, that snake and those donkeys? Who wrote that book? Was it Moses? He wasn't even alive.
I've
then,
answered.
right?
I've answered this question for you also. There's actually like 10 different authors from Moses or for Genesis.
Okay, 10 different
Yeah,
people.
it's called
Those 10
textual
people were there at the
criticism.
same
Yeah.
time. Okay.
There
But
at
you
the same
weren't there to
time? No,
witness.
that's not the claim.
Okay, but you was not there to witness it. In other words,
That's
you're
not-
going by belief instead of facts, right?
No, I'm going by
Just-
evidence.
Just because he
I'm
wasn't there
answering
to
it.
witness it, don't mean it didn't happen, brother.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
going
Now
by
what?
evidence.
Now what?
Okay, let me ask you.
Now
Let
what?
me ask you this: if I got
Tony,
toys
I
on
got it.
Christmas morning, if I got toys on Christmas morning and I wake up, does that mean Santa Claus brought them and come down the chimney and give them to me?
Sure, Santa Claus.
Because I believe in it.
Your mama and daddy is Santa Claus. Of course, Santa Claus did it.
That's I just let me contend with the argument, guys. I know it's ridiculous and silly, but this is why I don't mind people up here like this, because people can see both sides of the argument.
I was wondering you ain't
So-
gonna kick me. That's marital right there. But go ahead.
Well,
That's-
you followed so far. You follow, but usually you're not able to. I don't kick you for no reason, brother. Don't come up here and
Yes,
start
you do.
crying.
It's usually when you can't
I
answer.
kick
Go
you.
ahead.
Nope. I
Wow,
kick you when you can't follow, or you like I said before. When I've asked you questions you can't follow, then I remove you because it's a waste of time. Right now you're being
Wow.
honest and you're following along.
Well, I'm just letting you go ahead and just dig a hole. But go ahead.
Now, brother, like I said, you get your answers from a weight on the end of a string. I promise you, I'm not losing this
Let
one.
me listen to it. I will tell you this. I was the same way as you and the other ones down here. I was clearly, if you want to call it brainwashing, indoctrinated.
Until the weight taught you different, right?
Yes, until it wasn't the weight, but it was other things. Well, I had to go inwards and connect with that creator instead of a book that I can't prove. I don't know who wrote that thing. I didn't see those stories, so I can't prove them. So
Right. And and what's happening with you is anecdotal. Nobody can prove what you're saying is true because
it's like hell.
It's anecdotal.
It's like hell. Hell, you honestly believe there's a fiery place or dark place that we will go if you're bad, right?
Well, not we.
Okay.
I'm not going there.
Okay. Oh, well, let me ask you something. What is the GPS location for this place, if it exists?
Probably the center of the earth, I would imagine. It talks about going down, so clearly it's in the earth.
Okay. So does your physical body go to this place?
Mm-mm. Nope.
No. Okay. So you just said something right there. So if you're a ghost or a vapor or a soul, whatever you want to call that thing, then how in the hell can anything hurt you?
Watch your language. Strike two. Come on, man.
Like that. Is Hell bad too?
Well, the way that you said it is clearly it's different from the place. So
how can anything hurt you if you're not physical? Tell me that.
Well, how could I'm not? I couldn't. So you're saying that a spiritual thing could not have physical attributes or have be physical?
I'm saying this.
That's wrong.
Attributes.
That's absolutely incorrect.
I'm saying if your body is right here and you were unalived, okay, and your body stays here and then that soul leaves, then how can anything hurt that soul? Tell me that.
Well, I have to ask some clarifying questions. Do you have a concept? Do you believe in a soul or a spirit?
Yes, I do. I believe
Okay,
in
what
reincarnation.
happens? Okay, so you believe. What happens to your soul before you're rebirthed?
What happens to your soul before your rebirth?
Yeah, while you're a soul, what happens to it?
I mean, I guess
you're under the impression that it can't feel pleasure.
Let's just put it this way: do you think we're in a matrix?
No, but you didn't answer my question. Can this soul that you believe in can it feel things? Does it have emotions? What is it in your concept?
Well, it can't physically feel anything if there's no physical body to it. No, you know what I'm saying?
You don't know that.
But you're not going to be. You're not going to be. Hold on. You're going to a different
walls. Go ahead.
You're going to a different realm. So when you say you can't feel things, you're not. Heaven is not a physical place that I can grab right now, right? So a spiritual person can walk around in a spiritual place and it will be physical to them because it's a different realm.
But okay. So what I'm saying is if you're a ghost, like these people see ghosts on here, that they claim they walk through walls.
You're comparing the ghost to a physical realm. The ghost would be in the ghost realm. So a ghost couldn't walk through the walls in Ghost World because it would be ghost wells.
Okay, so you're saying that we'll be a physical body when we leave here, right?
No, we're going to be a soul when we leave here. Now, Jesus' second coming, there'll be a new heaven, a new earth, and we'll get a new body then. But if I unalive today, then my soul goes to heaven. My physical body goes in the ground.
How do you know that?
In the ground.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know you're going?
How do you know? But because I can look at the evidence of the Bible, and I can determine the things that it says is true. So when it says things about the soul, I take that to be true.
What if you get up that pearly gate and Jesus said, "Look, get the hell out of here, man"?
It's no what ifs, brother. It's no what ifs, brother. No what ifs. It's no what ifs, man.
You didn't.
Why don't you worry, bro? Why don't you worry about your own soul salvation?
I'm just asking,
and worry about all
Tony,
these other things.
Me and him's talking. Can you mute him?
Brother, you're asking questions. You're asking questions that is just nonsense, man.
But they are. But hold on, guys, seriously. Hold on. I know they're complete nonsense, and I'm letting it go on so people can determine how complete nonsense it is. I want people to hear both sides of the arguments, no matter how silly it is.
Okay,
so
people that love nonsense, please come over and follow me when you get a chance, and you'll hear some more nonsense. But go ahead, man. I'm just trying to make you think, man. I was brought up the same way as you, but I just feel that there's another way you can have a.
You're
like
not
to say,
going to
everybody claims it's this God.
That nonsense.
Can you mute him a second?
Tony, please. But I know that we have strong opinions about it, but let the man land.
It's like I believe in the angels, which is the angels' race is called the Arcturians. When you hear archangel, like Archangel Michael, is short for Arcturian. All right.
Where'd you get that?
That's me. I'm getting it
Where'd you
from the
get that?
same source I told you. I'm going inwards and connecting with that divine feminine. You
How
call it
can I?
a divine masculine. If they call him a father, don't you think there should be a mother too? Tell me
All right,
that.
so you're going. All right, so you're going to this divine feminine, and how can I test that? How can I determine that that's true? Because it's anecdotal. So how can you convince
I will
me
tell
that
you
I
how you
should
can
believe
do
in
that.
this divine
Okay.
feminine because you said
I'll
so?
tell you that. I will tell you that. But you got to do this. You go to my profile and go up to the top. I have 2 videos pinned off up there that tell you how to do this. But if you go in there with the same attitude as you, like, well, I don't believe that because I believe this book that somebody else, it's not going to work. But if you go in with an open mind and you go in there and let that source come in there and remove, I call the bad downloads, the bad trauma and everything that goes through your life, then I promise you, you will see what I am talking about. Okay? And it's experience that, well, you'll just have to do it and see. How about that?
Well, I mean, I
No,
need you to
it
kind of
just-
explain it to me a little bit because I don't want to do no like satanic rituals.
No, it's not satanic, brother. It's all a love and light deal. There's no darkness in this, okay? I don't go by darkness on that, okay? It's all peace, joy, and happiness. And you will
Right?
feel
Does this love and light teach you to go into religious lives and make fun of other people's religions? Is that what that love and light teaches you?
Well, I mean, first of all,
Also
there's
to
no
come in
hell.
there and
I
cuss
don't
people
believe-
when they're wrong?
So if I don't believe in hell, where am I going for doing this? If you think I'm ridiculing you, because
Well,
really I think it's funny, because I
just-
believe in the same shit. Same stuff as you did.
If you don't believe in it, does that make it not true just because you don't believe in it now? Could it be
okay,
true
if
and
you
you just
don't
not believe in
believe
it?
I
You're
think-
answering
I
my
told you.
question with a question. I'm doing everything that I can to answer your questions
Said
directly.
there is parts in that book that are true, I would say.
Which parts are true? Which parts are true? The parts you agree with?
Like Jesus was saying there that everything is
Antichrist
telepathic. Where he was trying
Yeah.
to tell it that he knew what those disciples were thinking. You know, I believe that 100%.
Well, how do you know that that part's true? The inner goddess is telling you that?
First of all, I do not. Other than feeling it, going through it, and getting the things from that. Yes. Well, what are you doing? You're getting a book from there. You claim you hear from God from a book, right?
I can look at the book, right? And I don't claim that I hear a voice or anything like that. I believe that the Holy Spirit lives within inside me, and I think that
mine's telepathic.
He convinced me. He convicts me when I do things that I shouldn't do. I think that's the Holy
Well,
Spirit.
how do you know he's a he? But how do you know he's
because
a he?
because the Bible, yeah, because the Bible literally describes him in the
Bible tells
masculine
me
pronoun. Yeah, but see, here's the difference between you and I, right? What I can actually take the book about the things that I can actually test and observe, and I can actually test that, right? Like the Bible makes predictions. It says things that I should be able to determine if it's true or not. Like, for example, the flood. When it talks about the flood, and I can look scientifically and go, oh, wow, there's the flood. When it talks about a creation, and I look at the evidence for creation and say, okay, there's evidence for a beginning. There's evidence for a first cause, uncause. And I can say, okay, that's clearly evidence for God. I can determine that these things are true. When the Bible describes things so accurately that it's actually used in archaeology, if you're going to go do archaeological digs and stuff in the Middle East, especially in Israel, you better have the Bible with you because it tells you exactly where these locations are at. This is how they find things like Sodom and Gomorrah. This is how they find different locations of different tomb sites and stuff because the Bible literally tells you the locations of these cities. So my point is that if I can put that to the test and it's right, then why would I not? It would
How do
be
you know it's
inconsistent
right
for
if
me.
you wasn't there to witness it. I mean, I can
You're
dig
not
something
listening.
out of my
You're-
backyard right
you're
now
not,
and tell you that.
You're not listening. You're not listening. If you read a book, let's say you got a book. Half of the book says things that you can test and observe, and the other half are spiritual things that you can't not test. You just have to go by faith. The first part of the book says a bunch of physical stuff that you can actually put to a scientific test, and you've tested it, and it's actually right. It's 100% right, and you're like, man, I can't disprove this thing. Then you go to the spiritual part. Why would you not? It's logical for me to say the things that I can test and observe, I test and observe scientifically, so therefore there's no reason for me not to believe the other parts. You, on the other hand, you believe that Jesus was a real person. You know where you get that from? The Bible. That's the only place in the world that it talks about Jesus is the Bible. You choose to believe that part, but you don't choose to believe the other parts. You don't have a standard. I do.
Listen to me. In those messages that are spelled out in the channel, Jesus has been spelled out many times in them. I believe in him. Okay, I just don't believe how the story went. But like I say, what I'm telling you, you already said right off the bat that what I think, you don't believe in it, but you'll believe a book that you cannot prove because you were not there to witness those stories.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. You said I can't prove it. There's plenty of things that I've just showed you that I can put to the test and is accurate. So why would I believe the rest of it's false when the parts that I can test and observe is clearly true?
Okay, go catch a snake right now and video that sucker telling you to eat a piece of fruit or something.
Now, see, there you go. You brought it back to the snakes, and now I have to ask you again because I've already answered this. And this is where you usually get kicked right here. Now, I answered you about the part with the snake. Let's find out if you can actually finish the conversation because I've still manned your argument. I've showed you what you believe. And I've even allowed you to show me that what I've said is accurate because I said rock and you said no, wait. Okay? So I've still manned your position. So now you've brought it back to the snake talking. So I'll ask you again, why did the snake talk? What was my explanation for the snake talking?
You first of all said it was a demon through him. Okay? You see, my deal is that I don't even think Satan was even created at that time.
I know you don't believe what I believe, that's fine. But please do not misinterpret if you know my position now, please do not bring that back up again and say that I just believe that random snakes talked. If you know that I don't believe that, then please don't be disingenuous and misrepresent me again if you already know my position. Please don't do that again because you're being dishonest.
But what I'm saying is, if you want to try to make me look stupid, why do you get mad when I throw the same thing back at you?
Brother, I have accurately steel manned your position, right? I accurately stated, I said rock, you said wait. Okay, people can determine if I misrepresented that or not. You have a weight tied to a string that you get answers from. That if you think that makes you look stupid, hold on.
No, I get the vibration, but go ahead.
Oh, okay, you get the vibrations. You said that it goes up and down. That means yes. Left and right means no.
Yes,
right?
but I don't take
so you get your yes.
Like that. It's
okay, but here's my point. I accurately steel manned your position. So I'm allowing you to go forward with it because I'm not going out of my way to make you look. Hold on. Wait. I'm not trying to make you look stupid. However, what you're doing is you're taking a position that you know that I don't hold, and then you're trying to put that position on me. It's called a straw man. You're taking the position you know I don't hold, and you're trying to make everybody think that I hold that position in an effort to make look stupid. If you believe that you look stupid on your end, I am accurately steel manning your position. You're not accurately steel manning my position.
Oh, man. In other words, you can just down me, but I can't say nothing back.
Brother, if you're accurate with my position, if you go, hey, you believe that an angel talked to a snake, you got me. 100%, then I would say, yeah, man, that's what I believe. You're not accurately still manning my position. I am accurately still manning your position, am I not?
It's a belief, but not a fact.
Okay, I believe that. Absolutely.
Okay. So it's a belief. All right, so how do you know it's true?
I've answered this again, so I'll answer it again, no problem. If I can take the things that I believe are physical and testable and observable in the Bible, like the things I've already mentioned, and I can put that to the test and it's true, then why it's reasonable for me to say that if this part's true, then why should I not believe this part? I can't test the spiritual stuff, right? I can't say 100% verbatim outside of my religious viewpoint. I can't say scientifically what happens to you when you unalive. The reason why is because I've never been unalive. So I don't know that. Now, so when the Bible says this is what's happened, I can put that to the test. And just to let everybody know, my phone is at 13%. So if I drop off here, it's because my phone died, not because I kicked anybody or anything like that.
Damn it, man. Damn it.
Yeah, I've been doing this for several hours. So if I instantly go off, it's because my phone died, not because...
I want to congratulate you, Creation. Because this is the longest time I've ever been on your live. Because usually, about the first 5 minutes when you can't answer nothing, you get all frustrated.
There you go. See, there you go. You always do. I have to go back and show you your videos again because you've made it. But brother, I don't kick you for no reason. Every time before this, and I've told you, I kick you when you can't accurately stillman, like you just did. You believe in talking snakes. The last 3 times that I've kicked you, I've asked you, I said, okay, I've answered as to why the snake was talking. Tell me why I've answered it. When you could not stillman my position, I know you're not listening, so I remove you 100%. This time, you were able to accurately state what I stated. Because I know you're listening, the conversation can advance. But when I know you're not listening, the conversation's not going to advance. So don't come in here and cry that I kick you. I let you talk, and I kick you when you're doing wrong and not doing right.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you think Do you think there's something? Don't get me wrong. Do you think there's more answers to life than a book than the Bible itself? Do you think or you think every answer there is?
Yeah, the Bible doesn't tell me. Yeah, no, the Bible doesn't tell me how to tie my shoes. So I clearly think there's answers outside of the Bible.
Okay. What I'm saying is this: the 66 books. You do believe, in fact, those say the New Testament was wrote like, I don't know, a couple hundred years after Jesus was even
That's not true at all.
Or something like that. Okay, how long was it? How long?
Jesus unalived in 33. Paul's letters goes back to around just a little bit after that time, and the Gospels go before 70 AD. There's 2 different dating techniques, but obviously I don't take the atheist dating technique. The reason why they say after 70 AD is because that's when the temple was destroyed, and they literally date the Gospels because they think that prophecy's not real. And because Jesus prophesied the destruction of the temple, they said that he could not have prophesied that because clearly we don't believe in prophecy. So therefore the Gospels had to be written after 70 AD because he prophesied it. But clearly it wasn't. You can look at, there's different textual criticism that you believe that the Gospels were written before 70 AD. Jesus unalived in 33 AD and the Gospels were written before 70 AD. So within the lifetime of the eyewitnesses.
Okay, so I want to say 2 things, first of all. Those apostles, those names were like European or American names. They wouldn't Middle Eastern names, right? Paul,
No, they're
John,
not. That's not true.
everything like that. All right, let me say
What?
another
That's
thing.
not true.
Anybody can Google this too. Google the Vatican. And I want y'all to see how many books, secret books, that no one has access to see. There's 53 miles, according to Google, that are down there. And I'm pretty damn sure that's history.
And you know that, here we go again, you and I have had this conversation.
Sure.
Yeah, so you and I have had this conversation, and I showed you that there's no historical evidence to show that any books were quote-unquote left out of the Bible or quote-unquote put in the Bible that wasn't supposed to be. We know what the early Christians copied because it was an open transmission, meaning that for you to claim that there's these secret books that the Vatican hid and kept them out, because the Bible was an...
You think I'm lying? Google it.
Brother, I'm not claiming that the Vatican doesn't have books in their library. Clearly they do. My claim is that they're not part of the Bible, never have been, and never were. And the reason why I could the reason why I could substantiate that claim is because the early Christians had what they call an open transmission, meaning that they can copy the copies, the copies, the copies, the copies, the copies. Meaning that if I had a copy of it, I could give it to you, you'd make a copy of it, give it to your cousin, they'd make a copy of it. And it's called an open transmission. It literally went all over the Mediterranean. So if there was the secret book of John, I'm sorry, let's make up a name. A secret book of Cletus. Okay, there's a secret book of Cletus that was supposed to be in the Bible and it's hidden. It was an open transmission. So now you have to tell me that the Vatican made this mission to go get every copy of Cletus. How did they do that? They don't know where it went because literally it's an open transmission. Anybody could have copied it. How are you sure that you got every copy of Cletus? Why isn't there anybody popping up now saying, hey, guess what? I found this lost version of the copy of Cletus. Actually have textual critics to look at it and go, guess what? Yeah, this is actually from the time period and is correct, and this should have been in the Bible. That's never happened. We know what the early Christians copied because it's an open transmission. You can still, again, the Dead Sea Scrolls did not contain the book of Cletus, right? So We know that there's no quote unquote secret books that was left out or in because, again, it's an open transmission. And if they do have these secret books, you're going to have to come up with a plausible explanation about how the Vatican got together and got all of these secret books that were clearly in an open transmission form. How did they do this? This was before the internet, before the phone, before all of this. How did they make sure they got every copy of the secret knowledge?
Well, first of all, I'm saying I wouldn't just say it go back to Christian. I say whatever they're hiding down there, it's secret that the average person can't see. It would probably go way back before Jesus' time too, because it's secret. Okay, I think there will be a time that it will be revealed. But let's go back to King James. Do you honestly know who that guy was that wrote?
Yes, we've had this conversation too, where you bring up that he wrote a book on demonology. Yes. There you go, called it. Yeah, we've had this conversation, and since I know your position, I've already told you 15. This is my problem, dude. We have the same conversation over and over again. I literally just predicted what you were going to say.
Demonology.
No, King James. God uses flawed men in the Bible. He does not use perfectly straight individuals that are upright. That's never done anything wrong. Moses unalived a man and hid his body in the sand. Right? David unalived a man so that he could sleep with the guy's wife. You literally have stories. Solomon had 300 wives. You literally have people in the Bible are flawed individuals. King James did not write the Bible. He commissioned it. He was not the author of it. Exactly. There was laws and bylaws that were set down. King James did not have his hand in it. There's 54 scholars that went to 3 different colleges and 54 scholars. The scholars debated over years about how the translation should be translated perfectly, how they would translate it into English, because words don't translate perfectly. So, like, for example, one of the words is sneezing. It means blowing air out of your nose. The English language doesn't have a word for blowing air out of your nose. So if I'm not mistaken, the scholars had to make up a word because they didn't want to add to or take away from the Bible. But evidently the Hebrew has a word for breathing out of your nose when it talks about Leviathan blowing sparks out of his nose. So they come up with a word called sneezings, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong about that off the top of my head. But that's my point, is King James was a flawed guy. That doesn't mean the Bible's mistaken because he's the one that commissioned it. It's a flawed argument.
Let me ask you one more thing. Do you honestly think that the powers that be would let anything that they knew was a threat to their existence come out? In other words, like that book. I think it's because it works hand in hand with the whole thing. Let's just say, take church for example. They don't have to pay any taxes. They go on our 501c3, but you do. And you're only promised a dream, come in here and give you money, you don't get 10-fold back or 100-fold. But how does that actually happen? No, the only one that is blessed in it is the one drifting up there that's asking the other ones to give them their money. You know?
So that's like an overarching conspiracy. If you're giving money to a church that's misusing it, don't give money to it. The churches that I give to clearly use the money. And they use the money in a they post how much money they give on the wall at the church that I go to. They literally tell how much money they got, and you can go and audit the church and ask them where the money's going, and clearly they produce the books. So if you think you're giving to someone that's misusing it, then don't give it to them.
Okay. Well, anybody can Google this too. Now, maybe yours is an exception, but I want you to Google what the majority of the people of the churches give, and it is between 2 to 8% to charity. And the rest goes in their pockets, I guess, and goes to the bills and goes to their staff. But only 2 to 8% go to help the needy. So maybe
even if that stat is true, okay. But I mean, there's overhead costs to and when I give to a church, right? When I give money to an organization that's going to give money to the poor, like St. Jude's, right? I give money to St. Jude's or Blood or whatever.
But why wouldn't you just go get the poor yourself?
Hold on.
Go buy them something.
Because sometimes the other people that I'm giving it to has a better mechanism to helping them than just giving it. If you give, so most people that are homeless on the street are drug addicts. That's just statistically true. So if you go give a homeless person money, more than likely they're going to use the money for drugs and not something good.
Well, why don't you just go buy them food or something?
So I did this one time. I bought a homeless guy a hamburger and I brought it to him and he says, "Hey, I'm allergic to mayonnaise." So now I have to go get the diet of the individual determined, or I could give
So
it
you're
to an
making excuses for the guy
organization
to
and allow
start.
them to do it. Oh man, you're just
Okay.
you got an answer for everything. If you don't want to give to an organization that helps people, that if you don't understand that they have overhead costs, then that's your problem.
do. I see it. They got
Clearly, when
jets
I
and
give
big,
to an
big multiple
organization, I
mansions,
know that
stuff
they
like that.
stop. When I give to an organization, I expect them to have overhead costs. I expect that clearly. Duh.
Yeah. Why don't they go out there and help? Should they even?
So why
should
don't
there
you
even
do
be any
it?
homelessness
That's an
if they're
argument from
doing
that. Why don't you do it? Why don't you do
We
it?
do. I do it as much as I can. I've always done it.
Okay, so why are you arguing with me about it? Go do it right
Myself
now.
on the back. Well, first of all, I don't have it. But give it to me.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it for you if you want me to. But you want to give to
If
a
I
pastor
was,
that's got a private
here's the
jet
thing, brother. If
and
I
big
was to do
houses
that,
and stuff, and claim that
if
they're
I
talking
was,
to God, man, come on
hold
now.
on. Then okay, that's an overarching statement. If you got a bad example of a preacher, that's fine. That doesn't mean that all
There's
of
a
them are
bunch
like
of
that.
them. Just look them up.
That's fine. There's a lot of them. It doesn't matter. Even if I was to give you money, brother, if I was to give you money like you stated, and I was to give it to you to go help the poor, I would expect that you would have an overhead cost that you would need to do in an effort to go give the money to the poor.
Right.
Okay, it's the same
So what's their
difference.
overhead? So if their overhead cost is they're only giving 2 to 8% out, then the rest of it's just a goddamn country club. That's all you're paying for, right? And you're paying for their salary.
That's
and
okay.
everything they
That's
have.
that's your
Right?
opinion. If you're welcome to have that
It's
opinion.
not
If
an
you don't want to
opinion,
give to
it's
them,
a
don't give
fact.
to it.
I
It's not
wanna
a it's
give
not
it.
a fact.
Like I say, if I see somebody in need and that source of that power of that love is telling me to
Oh,
go give them something and go buy them something, I'm going to do that. I'm not going to give them
That's
money, but
okay.
I'll
That's
buy
fine.
them something to eat and drink.
Good
Or
good
give
for
them
you.
shelter.
You haven't. All right, brother. Do you have an actual argument other than some preachers steal money from people? That's every walk of life. You're going to have bad guys.
Yeah, I think probably the majority of them are. If you would, if you really think about it,
That's your
they only get
that's
2
your
to 8%.
opinion. That's your
Yeah.
opinion.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I say, go do me a favor. Go go take your bank account, everything you got in it right now. Go give it to your pastor right now. And
Why would I
so
do
you
that?
know what? Why not? I mean, if you believe and
Well,
you
if I
trust
took
him,
everything in my bank account, it probably wouldn't feed a whole lot of people.
but if you trust it a lot, you don't think you're going to get it back, right?
Brother, this argument, we're not going nowhere. You're free to believe that if you want to. That's fine. It's anecdotal. Have at it. I mean, congratulate. Have at it. Don't give to pastors. There you go.
Okay, I agree with
But
you.
it's anecdotal. Yeah, that's anecdotal. So it doesn't.
I agree with you.
It
Everybody
doesn't.
stop
It
giving
doesn't add to the
pastors-
conversation.
Pastors and churches, and go ask for your money back and see if they'll give it back to you.
It's anecdotal, brother. You got
I
You got another
guarantee they
argument, man?
won't.
I'm at.
I wish they just. I just wish they go out of business, wouldn't you? Don't you? When will they
No,
go out of business?
why would I want churches? Why would I want churches? Churches are the number one giver to the poor. So why would I want them to go out of business?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. I just proved that 2 to 8%. Google it and you'll see what I'm talking about.
It's
The number one
bigger than
country.
any charitable organization out there. Period.
Well, I ain't saying the other ones are any better either, but I'm just saying.
Okay, now they're all wrong.
You don't have to trust it.
All right, man. So do you have an? I'm at 10%. So I am going to have to roll out of here pretty soon.
Okay. Okay. Well, like I say, brother, I appreciate you for once you didn't kick me. You try, even though you couldn't answer it, you still tried your best to walk
What did I not
around it.
answer?
That's good. You know.
What did I not answer?
Well, I'm just, you know how it is. I'm just saying.
What did
you
I not
didn't kick.
answer?
And I know damn well you wanted to. I know you had your finger on the button there, like I got to get rid
Well,
of this.
you actually, we've again, I've already addressed that, why I didn't kick you, because actually this time you were able to still man my argument. I've now had to answer that 3 times. And just like all of our other conversations, I predict what you were saying because I've had conversations so many times. So you've made a claim now. You know our rules. You made a claim that I did not answer your question. What question of yours I'm not answering?
Because, like I say, and here's what I want to say to you. If you want to,
What I want you to say is you supporting the claim. This is where we go. This is where we go. The claim, and I know you know my rules because you're not here so much. I need you to support that claim or you're being dishonest again. So questions you have that I didn't answer.
Well, you answered it for you. It's only what you said. Talking straight and talk down.
Fair enough.
But that's.
I did answer it. I just
You did answer.
Okay.
I agree with you, but it's not the right answer. Would you?
Thank you. You can,
right?
That's fine. You're allowed to agree with my answer, but you're not supposed to say that I didn't answer. That's fine. You can change it. Thank you for doing that. But you're not agreeing with my answer and claiming I didn't answer two different things.
So the whole
What's my answer?
You had the same thing.
That's not true.
You said the same thing. Unless you change your mind.
I didn't. I know I didn't. I can say it again, probably the fourth time. The things that sure, I will. Here, let me rewind it real quick and see if you remember me saying this right here. The things I can test and observe are absolutely true. Then why would I not believe the latter part of it? Did I make that claim? Did I state the things that I observed? Hold on, listen to me. When I stated I test and observe acts, and I use the flood as an example, when I use evolution as an example, when I use theological as an example, saying that they found Sodom and Gomorrah, things like this. When I said those things, the testable observer, did I eat that? Because now you're claiming that I'm claiming that it was all that it's all faith and that there was no way to support it. So do you remember using the evidence, the archaeological evidence as far as Sodom and Gomorrah is concerned, and evolution use things?
Your evidence, you claim, but I mean it's true evidence. All right, it's just because
again, man. Gosh, it's so frustrating talking to you. It's just like you just change your claims in real time. First you are like, hey man, you could do this, and I wait a minute, and 2 seconds later you're like, oh yeah, I actually did answer the question, and had to rush on that one. And now you're going, hey man, you actually say there was no evidence and it's all faith. And then I press one, and now you're changing again. Oh, you know, actually, I just don't agree with you.
Do you think I'm going on?
I know that's. I don't answer questions that I'm not got a decision. I can tell you. Hold on. Let me answer your question. Hold on. That's a question that needs to be addressed. So I'm going to tell people that I think they're going to hell or not going to hell. That's a God question. Now, I will answer outright directly. If you do not believe that Jesus Christ the false in the beginning of the third need for your sins. If you do believe that, then I can say yes, you're probably going to hell.
Okay, what about the heard of the God spirit? Do they go to hell?
Abraham's
I'm talking about
instant. Alright, so Anderson, not a roll up. So I do a teaching on this on my page. The Bible in the Old Testament that meant before Jesus sacrificed himself, they went to a place called Abraham's bosom. You can see this in the parable of Lazarus and the they did not go to heaven, they went to a place called Abraham's bosom. In Abraham's bosom, there's 2 different sections. There's a place for the righteous, and then there's the place of torment. Right? And it is still not in heaven, it's in a place called paradise. Jesus told the thief on the cross, he didn't say going to be with me in heaven today, he said going to be with me in paradise. This is called Abraham's bosom. I do a whole on this, I don't have time because I'm on that. It's called Abraham's bosom. Answer your question very quickly. I can't prove this unequivocally, but I think the Bible teaches it. This is a teaching of the Bible. That those individuals absolutely have not had the opportunity to accept or reject Christ. If you had the opportunity, there's no chances. But if you have not the opportunity, I do believe that you should get in a place called paradise, Abraham's bosom, because the Bible teaches us that Jesus went there to free the captives afterwards. So Jesus, when he was on the cross, he went to Abraham's bosom. Some of those individuals were in a place called paradise, and other places were like the the rich man. He was in like the hell portion of it. But to answer your question directly, I believe that those individuals who have not actually ever heard Christ, I believe they get the opportunity in a place called Abraham's bosom. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's what the Bible teaches.
Well, more of the stories, we don't even hear about that. Never heard about Jesus. We have a story shot there, right? Is that what you're saying?
What? No.
What I'm saying is, John was never heard about that.
I gotta.
All right, go ahead.
Gotta roll out, man. My phone. I will. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Allen, as always, you get the last word.
Sounds pretty good today.
No, I ain't got hardly anything to fucking do stupid shit.
I did. I had some good conversations today, guys. I appreciate it. God bless. I'll see y'all later.
Well, God bless you too. Good evening.